Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yo, how's your day
Boy,
going?
good. Good. I had a late night last night, so had a bit of a late start today. But I slept like a baby, which is what's important. Meaning I cried myself to sleep and then pooped myself. No, I'm just playing. I just laugh when people say that slept like a baby. It's like, have y'all been around many babies?
Babies don't sleep very long.
Nah, but I knocked out. I literally woke up in exactly the same position I put my head down. I didn't even move. Not yet, AJ. We're looking to see. I mean, right now the motivation is up, right? Just because you can, you see the pressure. This move down is market maker resetting. Right? Psychological range is coming in, probably going to bring it down close to where a ghost of CME is, which is right. Oh, look at that. Nice. Yeah, I went right to it. No bullshit. Right there. Actually, we need to move it down a little bit. Right there. So this is the ghost of CME that doesn't exist anymore, that we're still going to come down and cover with the weekend trap because market maker is a troll. But no, it's not that, right? Obviously, the inventory cycle is what allows them to create. So CME closing isn't going to change that. And if it's worked for this long and it ain't broke, then there's no reason for them to fix it. Yo, why is my camera so dark? I wish y'all could see how bright this room actually is. Like I could legit wear sunglasses right now and still be fine.
Do those makes make it or the lights make it hot in there?
Nah, because they're LEDs, so they're not like the PC, like 1,000 watt space heater. But I had to buy
Dude,
the
that's
PC its own air conditioner. Like I got a
dude, that's
portable
probably
AC.
that's exposure defense your camera's doing right now, I think.
Yeah. It's the lights. It's definitely the lights. Because you see that glow, that like hard purple glow, and then the blue on the like my it does not look like that here. That's just some
Yeah,
cool camera tricks. Hold on, I'm gonna switch it to white right now. White. I could just computer white light. Yeah, see how it's like reading is blue? It's just because I don't have the backlight on. So all that front light hitting the camera, it's all good. It's a vibe. It's like a bat cave. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Just do this. I got it, y'all. Hold on. Somebody didn't do much. Yeah, it's the compensation. Look, when I put the compensation on 0, how bright it is. That shit is dumb bright. What's going on, Whiffley? Nah, it will affect, right? The degree to which it'll affect it, it'll depend on if dominance is going down at the same time or not. So if we look at, actually, we can just do it like this. Hold on. Right, so Bitcoin Dom, let's make that white. So this is bad for alts, right? Bitcoin down. Actually, let me pull up. I'll show you better than I can tell you. Right, so this is your cheat sheet for Dom. If Bitcoin's going down and Dom is going down, then alt can be stable, right? So they can hold that ground. But if Bitcoin's going down and dominance is going up, then alt are going to dump. Right. So if you're ever wondering how bad is this drop on, whatever drop you're looking for on Bitcoin going to affect the alts, you need to look to see what dominance is doing. Right. If you're a bear, what you want to see is Bitcoin going down with dominance going up. If you're a bull, what you want to see is dominance going down with Bitcoin. You're welcome, bro. Yeah, it's a bit of a wall there for sure. Give me a second. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm here. I just got to cut my camera off for a second. All right, family. I in the how to use the Sentinel, I posted the video that we watched. Posted the I posted the screenshots of the slide deck and the written report on how to use it. All right, it should all be there. Enjoy, stay safe. I mean, we're already in trouble, yo. People don't understand. Like, it's not about what's happening right now. It's the delayed reaction. This entire thing carries a 30-day, 60-day delayed reaction. We haven't seen, even if we have peace right now, today, straight open, tankers moving. You have 30 to 60 days of shit coming downhill that's still rolling downhill. But they said that it could take up to 2 months to have every mine in the strait located and dismantled. That's just to clear the strait so that people can move through it. Even if Iran
that,
backs all the way off, because you know Iran's not going out there to clear those mines, right?
dude, but they're moving through the southern part right now, the area that they've already cleared. That was the okey doke that Trump pulled on them.
Yeah, but it's still a choke point. Like it still brings it down to almost nothing. The amount that's getting through is really small.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's not. I mean, everybody just thinks, and I know you don't, but generally speaking, like just arguments on it's completely shut down.
Nah, I don't think it's
Um,
ever been completely shut down. Not
the
completely.
reason the reason why some of them are getting hit with drones is because they can't shoot at them from because they're not up north and near their shore. So and their mines up near the north. So now they got to hit them with drones because they're too far away.
Yeah. The real problem is insurance. It's not even really the although that's what causes it, right? The physical attacks. But the amount of insurance that these tankers are having to pay just to get the insurance to attempt to get through the strait is it's prohibitory to a lot of companies.
Oh yeah, dude. Like we talk about sentiment in the cryptoverse. Like, dude, that's just the psychology involved is causing insurance to go up, and then it causes oil to go
Well,
up, and then it
imagine you get
causes
a call saying that your tanker's been okay to make that run.
you're, you're like, I don't know, is that the bittersweet? Like, what is
Bro,
that?
like you know, think about that shit or think about some of the tankers that have been stuck out there for months. Like these teams have been literally stuck on these tankers for months having to ship in food if they can get it.
Like you jump up and down in celebration that your tanker's gonna go through, and then you stop and go, hey, wait a minute, why am I jumping up and down?
And shit is like an American Gladiator course, bro. Shit, duck and dodge so much shit.
Yeah, huge gauntlet for sure.
Getting closer and closer to the ghost of CME. Yeah, always, Indy. Always. And we'll have our chance to prove it down here at the bottom. Right. This insert news story here has been there since November. You guys can put whatever face you want on that story, but it's coming. We're about to go into wick discovery from that move earlier, which means those buys that came in are going to have to protect their positions here. Everybody got their summer bodies ready. But you see right now when you jump on social. In 25 days, you could have that summer body. Oh, Aeon, I'm not even worried about you. You're over there. Mid body transformation already. Just happens to be summer. Nah, hell nah. Don't stop yourself. Strike a pose.
Good afternoon, Dave.
What's going on, brother?
And just getting back to the charts. Was the M2 looking weak this week, right?
Yeah, we're going into a downturn this week.
And
It bottoms
I
out
don't
somewhere
know.
around like the 21st, and then for the rest of the month, it's up and to the right on global.
Yeah, whatever. I got shaken out of my position. I was trying to ride the green July up, but whatever. Moved my stop up too close. I'm
It's
just
all good.
thinking.
We time to reset.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. With this week of
Exactly.
potential down. I was just wondering if I should be, again, not that I'm asking if I should be swinging at the bottom of the trap or whatever. Originally, I was planning on it, but then I was just thinking about the M2 and the likeliness that we maybe ride the trap, not the trap, ride the range back down to the bottom and then potentially fight to stay above 60.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where I would like to buy. I would like to buy at 60. All it means for me is I change the type of trades I'm taking. Right? Like I'm still gonna swing at any move down that, I'm gonna take that ride up, whatever, just the meaner version. But I don't expect those trades to last long because we've got that downward trajectory on global, right? So like the idea of letting a trade ride to turn into a swing is probably not like at the forefront of my mind during this week. Just quick rips, stay safe. And then try to buy that retest of 60 if we get it. Not even 60. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd be good with 62, 62.8 if we were to come back down to that support and hold. Right, but it took us like a week to do that. Then we'd be
Pretty
looking
sure
at
it's all
going
the
into
profit of
that.
the whole range.
Yeah, then we'd be looking at going into that green last week and a half, 2 weeks of July. That's my plan anyways. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking something similar. That's why I wanted to ask you about that M2. I kind of remember it loosely. It was questioning it myself.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's where is it? I'll put it on right here. Okay, so we're at this top. This is that downward week. And then we start getting a bit of a bump on the 12th. And then it tops out beginning of August. Tops out, not only tops out, but look at what it's doing real time. So in my opinion, this is some real future tripping, y'all. Y'all can hold me to the fire if you want, but this is all-time high for legacy. This and this all-time highs for metals. And then everything goes. Including us.
what's the date you got on those highs? Really, the first and second?
The 2nd of July. I mean, the 2nd of August, or the beginning of August, right? That last move into our August. August, it's probably after a green July, you can imagine. So, and then the next top out is August 23rd. Then September 8th. Then this leads us into, yeah. So what we want to see, well, I want to see is this come down and start to make its move in October, right around the time where we will catch up to it. And then day in the sun. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it.
This price action on an M2 is abnormal, right? Normally, towards the end of the 4-year cycle, it should have dropped with Bitcoin on a normal.
I'll show you. Hold on. These are the top of the markets. Right? Remember that Bitcoin is speculative. So Bitcoin starts to drop before you've topped out. Right? Let's take a date time range from Bitcoin's top to the top of global liquidity. was 616 days there. $693 days. I'm gonna show you something right after this though that'll make it make sense. We are a bit past due. So right around here should have been where we topped out at. But this is also war money, AI money, money printer go burr when we're at war, always. It never fails, right? That's honestly, in my opinion, that's one of the reasons why countries go to war. An excuse to turn that money printer on. But watch what happens when you turn it to a zero offset. Okay. On a zero offset, it starts to drop way before. That's why Bitcoin drops during the bear markets, because the real-time liquidity is coming down. And since it's the most sensitive to liquidity, then it waits for the moves up right, for liquidity to be available on a zero offset. But the price action isn't on a zero offset. Right? The price action, once the money starts flowing in and adding to those positions. But people take real-time Q from GLI. Right? So if you notice, the time that it takes to drop is way less. It's actually been extending if you look at it. Right? This is the basis of technical analysis, yo.
It looks almost identical, dude. Look at that.
Analyzing exactly what the changes are in real time. Right? 35 days. And then we got an extended period. 70 days. So it doubled. $112. Oh no, that's not right. Let me be precise. 98 days. Right, so 35 days, 70 days, 98 days. And then currently we are, if that is the top, 189 days. So yeah, longer. Wait, nope, I'm wrong. Go back. Yeah, 189 days. Right. So the time is increasing, right? Global liquidity is increasing the time that it takes to drop from Bitcoin's tops. But again, like I said, you can put war into this, because war would have, if it would have dropped from this point here, then we'd be at 105 days, which is roughly what it was last time. So interesting.
Hey,
And there goes the ghost of CME.
I'll wait till this is over.
Market maker is completely in charge right now. Remember before class, we said price will move up until the psychological range is formed. Once the psychological range is formed, market maker will seek out CME and come back to the bottom of the range. We also said that once you broke the support on this wick, that price would move quickly because there's no standing orders left where that wick was. All of that's been taken. But sure, you can, yeah, Iran and whatever. This was, in my opinion, going to happen if nothing blew up. That's just price moving through a vacuum.
Yeah, they were striking Iran as we were going up, like for the past 2 days. They've been hitting Iran the whole time. I don't know why I said that all sassy, but just ridiculous. Hey D, you were saying in the class that you weren't calling bottoms, but you're saying we're like getting close to the bottom. I think I quoted you correctly.
Yeah.
So, based on some of your other chart TPs, we go down in September, October.
We should
That's
already be down there by that time.
okay. Okay.
I'm looking for a move to
Probably
mid 50s. And then that's where we stage out for a bit until the final little rug gets pulled, in my opinion.
Roger. So the problem I'm having a hard time with is that, I know some people are saying we're already in a recession, blah, 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 by the old standards.
Mm-hmm.
But like the real market tends to lag a little bit behind that. Like,
It is.
it just seems like it's going to be weird timing for us to come out of the bear market when I really think stocks are going to do like a 2009 thing. So how does that work?
Unless that drop happens quicker than you're expecting.
Like a COVID thing, in and out?
Not even COVID, but I mean, once in my opinion, we break. Give me 1 second. We'll use NQ as an example. Still think we see an all-time high on the next move on liquidity, right? But as soon as we break this range, we're going to start to see that capitulation. Now, that capitulation isn't going to be anything compared to what happens, in my opinion, when we break this time. So how I'm looking at it is when we come down and we break this level on NQ and ES, we get that move down to mid 50s on Bitcoin. When it breaks this, right, when we get that capitulation, and in my opinion, it will be a capitulation. I think this will be a big drop. Like, look at what we're talking about there. Right? And I think that'll be quick. I think that gives us our bottom on Bitcoin.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah,
was
I think
missing
the
the
speed
alignment.
of it, like, I don't want to scare anybody, but the way that it's set up for everything to line up the way it's supposed to, when legacy goes, it has to go quick. And it's looking like that's what'll happen. I mean, just imagine you've been eating on Nvidia and, legacy in general for the past 3 years. As soon as you see a real moment of weakness, like an undeniable one, like breaking breaking structure like that, you're not sitting around, but you're gonna head for the hills.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of both. A little bit of both. I think we got a capitulation of 50, and then we go into time-based capitulation between like 52, 56, 50. Maybe have a little dip down into like 49 and make everybody think that's the bottom, and then go boring for a couple months. Time-based capitulation is the most time-based capitulation for me is the most nefarious of them all, bro, because it just plays with your emotions, and they literally do it at the bottom of every single market. It's really just liquidity farming is what we're talking about, right? You get to the bottom and they farm enough liquidity underneath them to be able to make the buys that they want to buy without creating slippage. And once they've hit that number, they go take it. Or we go take it, I should say, because I plan on being in that bunch. Yeah, I don't know about 14 to 16, brother. There's a such thing as too much of a good thing. You go down you go down to bear market bottoms on Bitcoin, you're not going to enjoy the bull market that comes after that. It's going to take people at least a year, year and a half, 2 years to feel comfortable. Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't read the whole. Yeah, we're around the same areas. I'll have a better idea to boil down that exact number once we get our next capitulation down to mid 50s, but my targets have been the same, right? 48-ish for my most bullish target, 44 to 46 for my base target, and then 38 to 40 for my bearish target. Basically 38 to 48. This is very similar to .com, bro. I've been thinking about that a lot for the last 2 years. I think there's a very good chance that what we're seeing, that what we just saw was Bitcoin's IPO moment. Right? This is the moment where the large .com companies started to IPO heavy and all the cream started to rise to the top, right? During the last 2 bull markets, 3 bull markets even, we've been in that sort of like GoDaddy moment where any sort of project that has internet or .com attached to it just went up and to the right because it's crypto. You know, this is going to be the future. Everybody knows it's going to be the future. Everybody's sort of scrambling to figure out which protocol is going to be the one to lead it. And then you had that IPO moment, right? Where everything crashed, everything went down. And the only thing that survived was real projects. And I really think that we might be in that sort of scenario now. Now, the only difference is that we don't have massive, well, that's not true. We do have massive .com like bubbles every 4 years. But the thing is, we never let it get to the point where it's so big that it can't recover. Right? Because of the 4-year cycle, we have a pressure relief valve every 4 years that lets all that steam out, fills all the dead projects, lets all the leverage out of the market. It brings us back down to base. I believe, and we won't know until the next 3 years, but by saying that this is Bitcoin's IPO moment, I believe that the projects that are going to get the most attention are going to be real projects, right? With history and real use case. We're not in my opinion, we're not in the speculative sort of stage anymore. And I think the evidence of that was how speculative this market was. Right? Like if there was ever going to be a blow off top for speculation, this was it. We went absolutely crazy.
Dude, but how do you fit into the concept of like other generations missing out on this large pump that's happened post-COVID, and then they finally see a huge dip and then they get in? I just feel like dips don't last as much anymore because
No.
of the fear of missing out.
Yeah. I have to disagree, Tank. I mean, I was in the Green July camp too, and that's exactly what we've gotten. Like, let's not forget what this month looks like. Right? This is Bitcoin on the monthly. Every green June that we've had, I mean, every red June that we've had in the bear market is followed by a green July. Our question was never, is the month going to be green? Our question was how much? Right? But just from a structure standpoint, how are we not going to get a reaction? Even if this wasn't June and this wasn't July, I would still expect a green month here. This is major support that we're at. It's also why that capitulation is going to be so nasty when it happens, because there's literally nothing down there. But yeah, Green July it is. We're at what so far? I mean, it's not, past Green Julys have been like 40%ers, 60%ers. I was never really looking for that. But we're up 10%. And honestly, I don't think it's over yet, personally. But in case y'all haven't seen what my expectation is, right? This is our Green July chart here. Right? The bear case was always 63.2. We hit that already. Our base case for the Green July is 65.7. We can't even get over 64. These large order blocks. You remember when we first went over this, I said the chances of getting over these order blocks, I don't give them very good, which is why the base case is at 65. Our bull case would be that rejection off 50% of the vector at 70. This is what I would like to see, just because I think this puts a nail in the coffin. Hard rejection off a psychological like 70, and then you take out the lows. I don't think there's too many people left that are holding on for higher prices at that point.
That's what I was asking the other channel. It's rejected several times. So what if this is the nail in the coffin right here?
Could be. It could be, but we know we have a down week on liquidity, and we know that the last 2 weeks on GLI are up. So the only question is, does that money come back into Bitcoin at the end of the month? Or do we break sentiment on this down week? To me, it's if we stay above 60 or not. If we're above 60 on the 18th, when global liquidity starts to go back up, we're going to get a new high. If we're underneath 60 and sentiment takes a hit, then the chances of that liquidity coming into Bitcoin are reduced.
You mean new local high, not season high?
No, yeah, new local high, like above our
Right.
64.5 or whatever.
Okay. Whew. I was like, you're super bullish.
Bro, I heard this dude yesterday say he was bearish the whole time. Now he's flipped. He says we're going to 130 now, and then we're going to 10-year bear market with no new highs.
Yeah, and discounting bear market structure. Yeah.
Discount everything. Just throw it all out the window.
Like you said, you said at the end of the year last year, after October 10th, you're like, "Where's the money? Where's the money coming from?
Yeah.
Money's got to come from somewhere."
There's only so much money in the world, y'all. I know it seems like it's unlimited, but it isn't.
I know this is anecdotal, man, but I got so many people, like, both professionally at work and in my life, saying that they missed the Nvidia pump, they missed the the tech pump, they missed the Dow, they missed all of it, and they're on the sidelines with money, waiting for the huge dip, like a COVID dip.
Yeah.
And like, I wonder how many people are like that. And I'm talking retail, not like BlackRock or something, but because a lot of people just missed out on this, man. A lot of people got out too because they were like, this is not sustainable. And so I'm just like, how long will that dip happen, regardless if it's crypto or legacy? I feel like people are like, I'm gonna get in, and also people are like,
but get in with what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How do we measure? I know there is some measurements of savings, what people have in savings, and that number goes up and down, and I think it's trackable. I don't know what it's called though, but I'm just saying, like,
we're talking about discretionary funds though. Like, shit's about to get tight. It's not just the market that's going down. Like, people's wallets are already tight, and it's about to get tighter.
I know, dude, but home prices have only dropped like 10% in some areas, and people, they think that's the dip. They've been so suppressed for so long. They're like,
I know, but what are you
okay,
gonna do? You're gonna
cracked.
you like unless you sell your house, that's just paper.
I just
It's
don't
a
think
wealth
they
effect,
understand.
right? It might make them feel okay to spend some savings because there's still some value in the house, but I don't know, man. I think we're well into a recession already.
Oh, we are, but they changed the standard though. The
Yeah,
Biden
they can call it
administration
whatever
changed
they
the
want to.
standard.
Yeah, they can call it whatever they want to call it. But anybody that's feeding a family right now and paying rent and working, 2 jobs, they don't need somebody to tell them. They already feel that shit. And we're just ignoring oil. Like the fact that we can, you know what this dude's plan is? I don't, Timu Powell. I don't even, bro, his plan is to fix the numbers by not including food or energy in the inflation readings. Yeah, no shit. If you just remove food and energy, I'm sure everything's looking great. But we don't live in a
Oh yeah.
world where you can just like that. It makes absolutely no sense.
I mean, that's not real inflation. I mean, that's real inflation, but monetary inflation is separate from that, though, right?
What
Isn't
they're
that what they're
trying to
trying to
do is
measure?
fully separate what the definition of the economy is from your pocket. It's already the huge gap. When they say the economy is doing good, that means nothing about how your family's doing or how your wallet's doing or how you're, and they're trying to make it to where it's even, it means even less, you know?
Yeah, using your island analogy, like I love that analogy.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel it, dude, and I mean, I for the first time in my life, I sat down at the kitchen table with the wife, and we just threw. She had her laptop, I had my laptop, and we just started exchanging accounts and history and payment history and spending history, and we had to trim, dude, because we weren't climbing anymore. Disposable income was not climbing like it was, and it's like, okay, it's time to get frugal.
Perfect little tweezer top on the 15-minute here. Or tweezer bottom, I should say.
How about that SpaceX? Did you get anywhere? I mean, I know you said you got some, but like,
I'm just holding on for
man,
my exit. What's it at? I know it dropped. I don't know how long. I don't know if it's underneath me now.
140 something, I think. I can't remember.
Yeah. About $10 above my entry. Bring it down,
Oh,
man.
that's nasty. Look at that. But we kind of knew that that was going to happen. Like
Yeah.
that's just like
We talked about
it's
it.
just yeah. But I'm like, I cannot believe how anybody would have sold up there. Like, I
Bro, we
just
did a 3-hour deep dive comparing to every other IPO that came out, talking about Elon's motivations, talking about how this is an exit plan. IPOs are exit plans, right? This is the payday for everybody that worked for that company private for as many years. And the reason that I said that this was screwed up was because of how fast they were going to drop them on the indexes. Usually this isn't a big deal, but when there's 401k money attached to it, it's yeah.
what is that drop? That's got to be what, 30%?
I mean, it's 100% drop from the top of its entire move.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
You know,
just I had my nephew call me. He's like, should I get some? And I'm like, not yet. Wait.
nah, Oliver, nothing can catch up to Bitcoin's market cap, but they don't need to. We shouldn't judge success by how close the market cap is to Bitcoin. All these, these coins do different. You have to judge them against their own competitors. Not without. I mean, the distance between Bitcoin and Ethereum alone is ridiculous. And then if you want to take the distance between Ethereum and its competitors, then Ethereum would literally have to just not underperform. It would have to just stay dead flat to get past. And then the biggest jump is from that point to Bitcoin, right? And then you'd have to assume that Bitcoin stayed flat and didn't gain during the bull market. So yeah, I don't see that. I don't see it happening. And again, I don't think that's a metric that makes something good or bad anyways, right? It's just a function of how many coins there are. There's 21 billion or 21 million in total. Right? You divide that by the market cap and you get your per unit price. Market cap's just good to let you know if you're buying something cheap or not. Right? Not affordable, but is it a decent buy? Like we go to market cap of, right? And we go to, let's say, Bitcoin. No, not that. Let's go to ETH. So ETH with the market cap of Bitcoin. Right, you'd have to get to a $10,000 ETH without Bitcoin moving. Right? Bitcoin staying completely still. But if you take that and you go to a Sol, right, you need a 28x from Sol without Bitcoin moving. Or a Hyperliquid, 85x. And the problem is, unlike Bitcoin, most of these don't have fixed supplies, right? And they do have inflationary tokenomics. So it makes it even harder. Reacher, nobody's going to tell you how to trade, bro.
Hey, Dbloc, you mentioned last night of having a little, like a mini AI class today. Did you already have that, or is that still
Yeah,
gonna happen?
we did it. We did it
did? Okay.
earlier. It was really short though.
Okay.
We didn't go over any new prompts. We just went over some of the security AI that I brought in. If you go to the new section that says Cypher Sentinel group. If you go under how to use a scanner, I put all the information in there. It's just showing you how to use the scanner and what it does.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. You talked to Fly. Did you figure some stuff out yesterday?
Actually, yes. And I couldn't get back with him. Gosh, we just got the worst news. I hate to even say this. Our little brothers, who we all claim as our family dog, I had to take him to the vet and he got a cancer diagnosis.
Oh
So
no.
it just blew the whole evening. So I couldn't get back with him, but
Yeah.
I'm going to. He said, reach out anytime. And I was just like, I can't do this right now. You know, so it's like, well, was not expecting that.
That sucks.
Oh, it's tough. Yeah, it is. It's not. Yeah, especially my parents. They stay with my parents all the time and have for probably the last 5 years. So it's like, really, you got to do this now,
Ugh.
right when they're struggling. We don't want to.
It
Do
rains, it
not want you
pours.
going down. Yeah, I know it, but it's all good. I am going to reach out to him and just visit with him. He was really, really kind about it and just said, anytime you want to talk and just kind of. I gave him an overview, and he's like, "Gosh, I think we could." Just really lay something out, but getting on a different platform because we could hardly even converse. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, he has
He
issues
kept
with
cutting out.
Discord sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just going to get on like WhatsApp or do something other than Discord to converse. But I'll let you know how that goes and see if
All right, cool.
I'm just so far behind on everything. I've got to get caught up, and then I'll feel a little more comfortable with what I'm doing with everything. I'm just out of the loop right now. Too many irons in the fire, but I'll keep you abreast.
I hear you. Take your time.
All right, bye bye.
Reacher, we're not looking for any big moves here. It's the weekend trap. We're between our two traps. We're inside the weekend trap still. We just came back to the bottom of the range. So we're just eyeing the situation at the moment. All I'm expecting for the next couple hours is just to stay in this range. And build some liquidity up. Well, we're already at 63. If we free the trap shorts, then that gives us a little bit of view into the next week, right? That would give us our false move down, which means that we would find a low somewhere between Monday night and then have a 3-day up. But it's too early to judge that yet. Right? Psychological ranges just started forming. Market maker made his move to get back underneath CME. Now we just got to see what the intentions are. I would love to get some forward guidance. That way we can know that we can trade down until Monday night. But the only thing that has me hesitating is that there isn't a lot of liquidity underneath us at all. We're still in this wick, right? So we're still in a bit of a vacuum. But we'd have to come down underneath 636 to free our trap shorts. And then that would give me the inclination that the play is to set up into the 3-week move into this week. To me, I don't see it as probable just because our global liquidity is going down. So even if we have a 3-day up, I think it's going to be lackluster.
Hey man, have you tried GPT 5.6?
Yeah, I ran a couple prompts through it earlier.
Dude, it's outperforming 4.8, Opus 4.8 by leaps and bounds, and is slightly under Fable in all tests.
Yeah, this race is going to be interesting, man. All this leapfrogging that we keep doing.
What was that, Jacket? What program was that? Did you say
Oh,
chat?
yeah, OpenAI's new model. It's
Really?
5.6 Sol. It's SOL.
Okay.
They they actually
Oh, there's a,
released they
go ahead.
released 3 versions: the Luna, Sol, and Terra. And
Oh,
Sol is
seriously.
the highest one. It's the most expensive, but it's the one that they're measuring against Fable and Opus. So it totally blows Opus 4.8 out completely in all tests by like 20%, and it's like
So,
7 to 6% lower than Fable.
so I have, I've mentioned my friend that's a financial advisor. He has a client that finally let him trade with an AI. I guess maybe just a bot. I don't know, just through AI. As of last week, his portfolio, and these are big portfolios that my friend manages. It was up over 700% trading with this agent that is only allowed in the financial planning world. There's only 4 places in the United States you can get it. But my brother-in-law, who's also been in finance, just retired, my little sister told me he is killing it using a chat model. And I said, no, not chat GPT. I don't think it's that advanced. And she said, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I don't think that he's talked about anything else. I kept thinking, wait a second. I wasn't hearing, because all I hear is from you guys talk on here. And I just wasn't getting that chat GPT had that type of capacity that somebody that has a significant amount of wealth could utilize that and feel comfortable utilizing it and be as successful as what I'm hearing, a couple of people are.
There's
Could be an anomaly.
very little difference between the models. Like when we talk about something outperforming something else,
Yeah.
I mean, on a practical note, it's not like the stuff that we're doing, even when it comes to something like trading, unless you're talking about just hardcore coding, you haven't reached the top limits of what your models can do yet to even notice the difference between one or two. The difference between Fable was the way that it operates, and all of these sort of agentic ones that are coming out, right? It's the method in which they operate. The compute is more, right? The power is more, but very rare that you would be doing something where you would actually notice, in my opinion. I think it's getting to the point
Really?
where, yeah, I think we're getting to the point where it's like, when the iPhones just started releasing new iPhones, and then it's like just the camera's a little bit better. It's like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then everybody rushes out to get the new one, and it's like, bro, you don't even
Yeah.
use 30% of the features on the old
The
one.
camera, yeah.
Maybe I'm biased, man, because I deal with some complex stuff at work, and I deal with complex robotics, and it's like
Well,
night
that's
and
when it would
day.
make it. Yeah, that's when it definitely would make a difference.
But I would also say, dude, so an example, I do some AI video generation, and I had a seed dance um, prompt guide that I made myself and then combined with someone else's. And 4.8 Opus on extreme high completely disregarded some very important things that wasted me tokens. I instantly just turned my model to 5.6 Sol, and it immediately, even though I wasn't in plan mode, it said, I've noticed in your project that these prompts that you've done in the past haven't been including so and so. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man. And of course, I proofread my C dance prompts, but they're so large that I miss stuff. And Opus 4.8 was flat out ignoring guidance.
That's why everybody liked Fable, because it, without asking, basically looked for how to improve things that were already done. It's like,
So
you know
I
what I
guess
mean?
what
It's
I'm,
like it's
yeah.
the proactive nature of it, I think, is what makes people like, oh, And I
So
agree.
this is
Shit,
what, yeah.
don't ask me. Don't wait for me to ask. If you see something, say something.
Or just skipping, dude, getting 3/4 contextful and just skipping freaking suggestions that's in your MD file. Like,
Yeah.
so the only reason why I'm pushing back on this is because it could be a cookie recipe, and that's the simplest you could do is cooking. Well, at least most people, and for it to skip parts of the recipe because your context is 3/4 full is unacceptable to me. So that's what I mean
Mm.
by like it's to me it's a huge difference. And I don't mean like, okay, well, if I told it to trade Link 6 months ago
To
and
be,
now I'm
but to
telling
be,
it
but to
it
be fair
trades
though,
Link
when
now.
to be fair though, you got the error because your context was full, right? And then when you went to the other model, you went to a model that didn't have a full
No. I
context.
literally switched in the middle of context. I switched the model. So my context window was still full, and it even warns you, at least in GitHub Copilot, it warns you. It says switching models in the middle of context can result in undesired results and or use more tokens. And I've always known this, but I wanted to keep my context full to do that test, and it flat out like I could literally compare the CDance guide um, MD file to the actual prompt that it created, and it was like almost 1-to-1.
Yeah.
And all of my Opus 4.8s on extreme high or max, all the way from medium to max, were still missing context. And I'm telling you, I use Obsidian too. So I have memory, I have all sorts of things turned on. Um, I'm just saying for me, dude, just on simple comprehension, it's a huge improvement.
That's dope.
So, as far as just doing some trading or investing, one's not necessarily better than the other. So, chat, you could
It's not going to
potentially,
come down to the model. It's going to come
if you
down
have
to
one of the higher upgraded models, I would assume, your prompts.
it's going to come down to the
Oops, I
prompt.
lost you.
It's going to come down to the prompt more than anything. Unless what you're doing is just giving the AI money and saying, "Go
Really?
make me money." It's just like a regular, like the person that prompts the AI is going to tell the AI how to operate, how to trade. The only thing the AI is going to do is execute without emotion, unless you're letting the AI develop its own strategies,
You
right?
could
That's a
make
different story.
you could make a really good trade
Hmm.
using Claude's Sonnet with a really good prompt and lose money with Opus 4.8 with a bad prompt.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like I'm just backing up
Yeah.
what
Yes, it
Dbloc
does.
said.
Yeah, we're
And
we're
I
so
just
not
had it
we're
in
not
my mind.
we're not there yet where you can trust the model just to do the right thing and here make me some money. Now, if you have a good strategy
Right.
and then you can make that AI follow that strategy without the emotion that you would have.
I think that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what my brother-in-law is doing.
Yeah.
He's figured, from what my little sister telling me, he figured a strategy and he's been running everything through chat, implementing it. And she said every night he walks out of his home office and just big old grin on his face. I'm like, that seriously. And then I think because he doesn't trade crypto, he doesn't know anything about it, and so he trades legacy. But I'm thinking, how can you not? I mean, it's like shooting fish in a barrel right now. You're at the peak tippy top of the bull market. How can you not, if you've been investing for years, how can you not have some success?
Yeah.
So
You
I'm a little.
you have to see how this plays out over the next year or two. Right? Because that's the thing with strategies. Like you're in a bull market and you're in legacy and everything is sort of predictably up and to the right. You might have a different as that changes, right? Models have to change. Like there's no one strategy that's going to take you through every single section of the market, in other words. So one of the things when it comes to
Oh,
testing
sure, yeah.
strategies is having to play them during a dead zone or having to play them during a ranging market where you're not trending or a bear market or that's
Right.
great. It's great.
Okay, I'm gonna jump off here. We just went and bought the plant nursery out
Nice.
late in the season, but
what did you mention like one of your animals was diagnosed with cancer? Is that what I heard?
yes, bossy boss, our little bossy boss. Dang
Um,
it.
yeah,
Ugh, makes me
I just
sick.
lost my 12-year-old German
Yeah.
Shepherd, so I hear you. It's rough. It's like it's like
Oh my
one of the
gosh. Yeah,
worst things.
he's 12 years old too. Well, I have never been, I'm just going to say it, confession, I have never been a dog person,
Mm.
not even necessarily an animal person. I'm the only one in the family that dogs came around. I'm like, oh, no, no, get away from me. You stink. Don't touch me. I don't want ticks and all your broke me of that.
Aw.
He was relentless. Every time I would come visit my parents, he would follow me around. He would insist on sleeping in the bed with me. I'm like, oh no, you're not getting hair on my comforter. That is not happening. And he would just lay there. It was the everybody's like, what is it with you? I said, I don't know. So now, this has been 2 years ago. So now just
Lost there.
and he wouldn't take all of his pills the last couple of weeks. His technically owns Bossy Boss, but he stays with my parents, has lived with them for the last probably 5 or 6 years. I come over to visit every now and then. I'm the only one that, and it's bizarre. So he's really, so now I just love him to pieces. And then my son also has their baby, my other Petra puppy that I go and Grammy sit for, I guess you can call it, that is just like for my grandkids. I mean, it's crazy. I am so these animals now. It's kind of freaky, but Boston, it's like doubly hard on me now. So, but we're gonna do. I told my little brother, I said, okay, they don't have any meds that will help him. Let's just go out and do our own thing, like we're doing with Grandpa and with our dad, and we'll see what's out there and what's available, and see how long we can preserve his life within the boundaries of keeping him comfortable. Because he was, yeah, we were up every 2 hours going outside last night, and he was not keeping anything down. So it was a mess. Gosh, it's just tough.
I got a
when you got
buddy. I got a buddy that
animals. So this is my
just.
first time ever.
I got a buddy that just bought some peptides for his dog that's going through some stuff. Went like all out.
Yep.
They said there's nothing that they could do
That's
for
exactly-
him, so
Yep.
they're just gonna try to do what they can. You know.
Dude, that's all I did is we paid for a lot of drugs
Exactly where
to
we're going.
keep her comfortable for 3 months, and she was comfortable. So that's, I mean,
Yeah.
what can you do?
Hey, and it says it's not for human
Yeah.
consumption, right? You're not lying. You're not buying it for human, so you're not breaking any.
That's right. Yep.
Not breaking any laws.
As anyway, they're not illegal. It's ridiculous. Don't get me started on that. Okay. I'm gonna unload plants.
Enjoy.
Roger.
Good talking to you guys.
Word.
That's how you know we're getting close to the bottom, DJ. He said he's watching videos of people saying they'd rather have 10K instead of 100 Bitcoin.
Damn, Def, you crashing out over there?
It's just. Well, we're looking to if we take we're at support now, right? And we have that gap underneath us. So if we free trap shorts, then we'll come down to our bottom of that range, sort of retrap short level. A little late in the week to call this a retrap short. If we do that, this is a false move already, in my opinion. So one of the rules that I'm sort of like still tossing up, because remember, we've only had 3 months of this, as far as data points. But one of the rules that I had before when established, because we keep freeing traps, right, on Friday. So at what point then do we stop considering it a freed trap and start considering it a false move? Right. So for me, what I've been running off of so far, and it's in flux. If it disproves, then we'll adapt it. But for me, I've been looking at any trap that's freed after the psychological ranges start forming is a false move, not a retrap. That's just the sort of structure that I'm using when I determine it. But at the same time, since it is new, then I'm keeping an open mind to the possibility of it being a retrap if price does something specific, you know? I'm not trying to be too deterministic, but that's the framework that I'm using to calculate it. We got through the entire psychology chapter and Def didn't pick any of that shit up. See, that doesn't help either. Placating somebody and feeding into their delusion doesn't really help. Sometimes I think y'all just like putting a battery in Def's back.
Well, well, I don't know. I can't see Joe's chats or voice, so they gotta have somebody to agitate, I guess. Well, Joe doesn't get really agitated. You can put his battery in.
Are you still in the camp of retrapping the short?
No, I just said if we free these shorts, then that's going to be a false move down, in my opinion, because we've already started the psychological ranges.
Okay.
So this wouldn't be a retrap short. This would just be where I'm looking for that to come down if it does.
I'm debating if I'm going to let my short go right here or not. I think I'm going to hold it.
You're in profit right now with your short?
Barely. I had to go through all that BS on the left, including that whale selling off earlier.
Oh yeah. Well, I would.
That
feel the same way if I-
number moved quick, didn't it? Were you looking at the were you looking at the P&L when that candle hit? I know that number moved scary quick.
Yep. I was like, it's going to keep going. Yeah, it's going to keep going. We're going to retrap shorts and then boom, right back up.
I can imagine, bro. That was a 15. That was a 30-second candle.
I'm pretty annoyed right now, actually.
Yeah, but you got battle scars, man.
Oh, I'm good to go. It ain't a problem. I'm just. I mean, damn, can I make a buck? I just feel like it shouldn't be this hard. It's kind of obvious.
Nah, we're in a tricky part of the market, man. This is what breaks people.
That's why I can't get into trade, and I'm either I'm a big baby or my experience is telling me to stay away.
I'm going with you're a big baby.
That's all right. That's good. I'll take either one. Anything that protects my wallet.
That's right.
Well, that's how I'm looking at it for right now, man. Right? Like that's the structure that I'm using. Again, time will tell. Right? We have to prove it. And we haven't had a lot of data points since it's new. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Pretty cool, bro, that everybody gets to see this part of the strategy sort of developed in real time. Because once this is sort of codified and we have enough data to prove it, you'll never forget this because you saw it build and you know why it builds, right? It won't just be a concept that somebody taught you. It'll be something that you actually lived through. What's going on, Pablo? You on your best behavior today? How we feeling? Good, brother. Better not deserve. Bit hungry, but you know, summer's coming up, so gotta get right. Yeah, which is why I'm trying to be vocal about it, man. Like I'm trying to be vocal as we're, you know, as it's building, what I'm thinking, what my thesis originally was. As far as what's changed, hasn't been too much, right? My original thesis was basically that we would still set trap longs, we would still set trap shorts, we would still respect CME even though it doesn't exist anymore. Excuse me, but that the psychological ranges would be more important than CME itself. What's changed since then is the volatility that we can expect on Fridays has increased, right? So we know that until the psychological ranges come in, even if price is respecting CME, you can expect trap longs and trap shorts to be refreed, right? To have the volatility to refree trap longs and trap shorts. And now what I'm trying to figure out or what I'm adding to it is when we can start to look for that false move, right? Since we have retrap shorts and longs on a more frequent basis than we used to, then we need some hard, fast rules on how to determine what's a false move versus what's just a refreed trap or short. And for me right now, it's, yeah, the point at which the psychological ranges come in. Right? Algos right now are going to be set for these ranges. These ranges should be set in between the existing trap long and trap short. And every week that it works out that way is a check on the box of, you know, that's the most probable. Every week that it doesn't, if it starts to break on a more constant basis, then we have to rethink that. The distance of the stop loss isn't as important as the sizing. As long as you're sizing properly, what a big stop loss does is gives you the opportunity to be wrong, which is important, and it gives you the opportunity to do other shit. So like, but yeah, I mean, me personally, I sharpen my skills for the purpose of having the tightest stop loss possible. But this is while I'm at the PC actively trading. Right? It shouldn't be. That's the thing. A tight stop loss and a big stop loss should have exactly the same amount of financial loss to you. If you have a $10,000 portfolio, 1% of your portfolio is $1,000. If you're putting $1,000 stop loss on a tight stop, right? What that gives you is the ability to size up, right? That's when you can go heavy size. That's the benefit of it. But if your stop loss is 1% away, that 1% away from price, your loss on that is still just 1% of your portfolio. But you have to size differently. You can't size as heavy. If you size as heavy as I do on a sniper trade and you hit that 1% stop loss, you're losing way more than 1% of your portfolio. Right. And that's not inside of our risk metrics. So the sizing is what changes. Yeah, I like to trade with size. Right. If my stop loss allows it, then I'm gonna full size that trade.
Well, damn, I didn't even notice my trade was closed.
Did you close it or did it close you?
I set a sell order above my entry, and it wouldn't make it. It filled it.
Hmm.
So I just did nothing. What a waste of time.
Well, at least you didn't get riggedy wrecked.
Nope, I just did nothing.
What would you have been doing if you weren't trading?
Laying around.
Yeah, there you go. So you just paper traded.
If you're not using a stop loss, you're gambling. No matter what. If you're trading spot, cross, isolated, if you're not using a stop loss, you're gambling. If you're not using a stop loss, it's impossible for you to know what size you should be trading with.
Yeah, I was close to stopping it myself.
Smart money, 1000% uses stop losses. You don't think that smart money round tripping or using their liquidation as their stop loss, do you? The only exception I would say is in a very aggressive hedging scenario where the stop loss on your short or on your hedge is a liquidation because the gain on the opposite trade would cover it.
Well,
Market makers control the market. Smart money
Yeah.
just plays the game correctly.
And they do fight against each other too.
You guys got to remember, right? There's no smart money Discord where everybody just sits together and says, all right, you ready, guys? This is what we're going to do.
But hedge funds will be connected like that, though.
Yeah, they'll try to move. They'll try not to step on each other's toes, right? And you see some organization between whales, some tacit organization where If any whale steps out of line, they'll all sort of like turn their attention there, take them out, and then, you know, continue. But that doesn't mean that they don't use. You guys got to understand that. How do you pick your size? How do you know how much to trade if you're not using a stop loss? Somebody that doesn't use stop losses, walk me through how you decide your sizing. Like, what's the proper size and leverage for your trade? Because it's mostly the leverage people I hear saying that they don't use stops, or people who are just DCing, obviously.
If I do that, I make sure my liquidation is extremely far away.
Yeah, but like quantify that for me. How far away? How far away is enough, and how far is it? And how much of that loss are you willing to take? And how much of your portfolio is that? And how many times can you do that without wiping? It's like impossible. It's almost like, you know, when you used to take those SAT tests, and they'd be like, if the bus is yellow and it's moving at 30 miles an hour, how many kids fit in the back seat? And you're like, wait a minute. And then it's like, what piece of information is missing for you to be able to calculate this? The answer is C, stop loss.
I mean, I swear we've had this discussion a million times, and I'm not saying that as it's not worth having again, but the people that don't use them will tell you that they get wicked out.
Yeah. That's a factor of putting your stop loss in the wrong place, but that's people rather blame the game than look at the trader. Either that or you're having cognitive dissonance where you're just basically you only remember the times that you got you don't remember the many times that you got stopped out and price dropped 20% after and you saved yourself. You only remember that, you know, 3 times that you got wicked out and then price did a 10x.
Yeah, I'm just saying you've heard that answer before. I personally don't do that, but I
No.
use stop gains. I definitely use stop gains
Ooh.
and stop losses.
It's just math, yo. There's only one way to truly calculate what the proper size of your trade should be. Right? It's a mathematical equation. How much of your portfolio are you willing to lose? How far is the stop loss from your entry? Right? Your proper size is the size that gives you that acceptable loss on your stop loss. Without that, it's just death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Hey, D, you watching the fight tonight?
Somebody invited me to some watch party or something tonight, but honestly, I don't even know who's fighting.
Conor McGregor is fighting tonight.
Who's he fighting?
Max Holloway.
What the,
I mean, he hasn't
if
fought
they
in
would have
5
put on,
years.
they would have put him on one of the streamers or something, I would have probably watched it. If he was gonna go bang up one of the like Logan brothers or something.
Yeah.
It's a good. I mean, Colin's always fun to watch, though. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. I'm probably not gonna
No,
go.
that's cool. I was just curious.
At least now I know what's going on. They're like, bro,
My family,
party, my house, watch party. I'm like, yeah, bro, yeah. Gotcha.
dude, my family left for Vegas, so they're hanging out because my wife's, her side of the family, huge Filipino family. And I'm at the house by myself. I'm gonna watch it, obviously, but she just sent me an image of a ton of food. Filipino freaking extravaganza food, and I'm over here with microwave freaking
That'll get me out of the
burritos.
house.
Dude, I'm getting ready to go to Outback and order myself or something, man. I can't do this.
Release the Kraken. Volume did not hold up on that stopping volume candle, and retail is choosing fear. Market maker is not going to stop them.
They can go without me this time. I'm taking a different approach. I'm going for the knife.
Yeah, the counter trade is better than the late trade, bro, in my opinion. Either you're gonna get in early while everybody still thinks it's going up and catch a really good short, or you're better off catching that drop where everybody thinks it's gonna keep dropping and you catch the pivot. For me, it's all about pivots, bro. The most money I've made has been in pivots. The only thing predictable in an unpredictable market is mean reversion and greed.
Man, that is my strategy. You just summed up my strategy. Mean reversions.
Yeah. No, we're moving away from the mean here, right? This is price stretching the rubber band. But yeah, it's mean reversion to the 800. Remember, your 200 EMAs, your 800 EMAs are 50 EMAs on other time frames. Reason that we watch them is so that we can watch the mean reversion. Right? So while we're pulling away from that 50 on the 15-minute, we're reverting to the mean. Right? So that's why I say that the better trades are not chasing these green candles up. Right? If you didn't get in down here where everybody thought it was going to keep going down, then shorting when everybody thinks it's going to keep going up, right? To that mean reversion, back to your main mean. Okay. On the 1 minute, your mean reversion is up. All of your EMAs are above. All of market maker targets are above, and they're all mean reversion targets. Mean reversion is market maker's main strategy, right? Balance, yin yang, zigzag. What time frame you want to play it on is what separates you from a sniper, a scalper, or a surfer, right? That's why we can have people in the same group that are, one has been short for 3 weeks, the other one's been long for an hour, the other one's been short for 5 minutes. Everybody's right. Oh, wrong button. So now we see how we react to the 50. Can't even get over the 13 here. Brother, you really want my advice, Pavel? You need a social media diet. You need to turn off the news. You need to stay off your social media. And you need to surround yourself with friends and family for a couple weeks. It'll take care of all of that. I'm not even being funny. I'm being dead ass. Well, then you need to go make some new friends, brother. Get out there, spread your wings. Just don't talk to them about this shit. Can all be a little bit overwhelming sometimes. We have to be careful to maintain balance. Nah, social media diet is important, man. Some of y'all watch your, you watch your diet, you sleep well, eat well, go to the gym, and then you sit there and doom scroll garbage. And it's just as important, bro. Everything you see, everything you hear is just important as what you eat. Nah, you're good, bro. You don't have to apologize. I was just giving you some brotherly advice.
My YouTube, speaking of what you feed yourself, suddenly became flooded with all of like the entire YouTube is people who didn't want to leave America. Like they were scared to come here because of everything they heard in the news.
Oh, the
Once they
people
got-
that came for the yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
They're like,
Like,
yo,
that's
we thought
all-
it was gonna be like some post-apocalyptic. Yeah.
And people were so happy to have, everybody was in a good mood and everything. So they were the Americans were more than gracious. It looked like there was just one big party.
Yeah, it's all the
But that's
preconceived
cool.
notions that we get from the shit that we see. And it's funny, they're not wrong, fat Americans and, da da da. And we make fun of Europeans and shit like that. But I think we forget at the end of the day that we got way more in common.
And the media has played a huge part in the division too, because all
Yeah.
they were being fed was that. And so it's like a great coming together. And even people who didn't come to America are seeing all of this,
The people that went to New York were the funniest ones because they loved the like they were literally horrified to go to New York City, but they're such fans that there was no way they were gonna miss the games and shit. And yeah, not exactly Gotham, not anymore anyways. New York
I
used to be
almost
really, really bad though.
only been there once. It is on a lot of TV shows though.
Everything,
I thought the
yeah.
traffic was gonna be
Every
much worse.
disaster movie, every terrorist movie, like it's always us. We always get it. That's your invalidation right there. We're on a really small time frame here, guys. 15 second, by the way.
But it's almost like a mini revolution is happening.
We'll see, man.
I mean,
People
it'll be
just need to
fun.
travel more. I've always said that, like, especially people like my family, like my cousins and friends I grew up with. Like, I always tell them, you gotta travel, bro. You gotta get out of the neighborhood and go travel and see how just being there makes a difference. Going back home, everything is different. Even if you're not leaving the country, just travel around the United States.
You don't have to go very far for a complete culture change.
Mm-mm.
I like visiting Chicago, and I'm only a few hours from Chicago. It's just a different feel.
Let me set our line for our free trap shorts here. Hold on. So we can keep an eye on it. It's basically coming into that vector. If we come into that vector, we're freeing the trap shorts. And I will move forward with the idea that it's a false move down. So I'll be looking for longs into Monday night. Just so you know where my head's at. Yeah, that's true, Kelly. I mean, just going to like Alaska, you know? Or if you live in Cali, shit, you don't even have to leave the state. You want a couple culture shocks sitting right there for you. You just gotta jump on the road. Even Florida, I 1000% believe that there should be a North Florida and a South Florida. We already refer to it like that, anyways, like North Carolina, South Carolina. Completely different parts of the state. Like the gap is looking juicy. Don't forget what the VPVR looks like down here, by the way. And we got a bit of a gap right through all those vectors. So if bulls are going to step in, they need to step in right now and hold the bottom of this range. It's cool though. You can drive north in Florida and be like in some like woods hunting shit, or you can drive all the way south to the Keys and be like on some island type vibe.
Michigan's like that too. If you're south, there's just a lot of cities. There's Detroit, all the surrounding cities. It's like one big city. And then you go up and they North Michigan, people just say I'm going up north. And it's people have cabins up there. It's all, woods and lots of lakes, including Michigan, which is like an ocean. Completely different feel.
You can live where I live in beautiful thick forests and streams, and then drive 60 minutes south and be with a bunch of blue and pink haired people that are burning cars. Real special.
That's
It's a culture
like
shock. You don't, you want a culture shock. Miami's like that though. Like I can drive like 15 minutes to Hialeah and be in Cuba. And then I can drive to Little Haiti in North America. I mean in North Miami and be like completely, like where even the street signs on the side are in French. Or I could drive to like 20 minutes up north to the Russians in Sunrise and be with all of the. There's a really dope vodka cafe out there though, like a restaurant. And then there's like a little back door that if you're good with the owners or the little the little cool Easter egg where it's this big walk-in freezer. It's like it looks like a sauna, but it's a freezer. And there's just fridges with vodka and a bunch of fat Russian dudes with tattoos and no shirt on with 13 girls with them. That's where I was when you guys remember if you were here like 3 years ago when Russia invaded Ukraine. Went to this spot and there were some dudes in there that were 1000% Russian mob. I mean, not a doubt in my mind. Like, looked like they jumped out of a casting office, right? All tattoos, stars, all the good-looking women with them and shit. Big, fat, 400-pound, 300-pound Russian dudes. And so you know me, I just get to talking with everybody and shit. So I'm like, so This thing in Ukraine is crazy, huh? And they were the little piece of alpha that I got from there was that Putin was paranoid. There's already been a couple attempts on his life, and he was really messing stuff up for the oligarchs, right? Like basically just stopped all the money, and there was a couple attempts on his life, and that he was getting paranoid. And then when Putin's paranoid, everybody's freaked out, so everybody left basically. I'm talking about some island where all the oligarchs were with all their super yachts surrounding and their private armies and shit holding it down until the war was done. It was pretty dope. But it's just like anybody, like anywhere else, right? Like if you go to Hialeah and talk to Cubans that are here, they're going to talk shit about the leaders. So you take it with a grain of salt, but it made sense at the time. But yeah, cultural diversity, I think, is, for me, it's important. Growing up in New York City, like, if I was somewhere that was too homogeneous in one way or the other, it would probably drive me crazy. Yeah, sunny isles by the beach. They got that whole area locked down. They're moving it like Sunrise too, but Sunny Isles is like,
That's crazy, man. This is like the second or third mass shooting in Canada in recent times, and they banned weapons. So it's like, what is going on?
social media diet. I'm telling you, bro. The world just cut that shit off for a couple months. And like, I'm not saying it because, like, just, I'm saying it because if I go on socials right now for like an hour, there'll be at least 3 or 4 groups of people that are on there. Like, it's impossible to get on there and leave without being mad at somebody or something. The change happened real obviously too. You don't remember version 1 of the internet? It wasn't like that, right? Version 1 of the internet, like, was all animal videos and baby videos and shit. It was all trust me, I know, because my mom sent me all of that shit. When social media first started, the point was for you to like it. That's not what we're looking at right now anymore. Right? There was a conscious decision that was made when they started looking through the algorithm, and they noticed that when you like something, you hit that like button and maybe you send it to your group chat, or maybe you send it to your mom, maybe your mom sends it to you or something. When you see something that you hate, you sit there in the comments for 30 minutes, giving them engagement. Then you send that to your group chat. Then your group chat goes back and forth and sends it to everybody else that's outraged. They're farming your emotions, yo. If you want to get on there and get hate farmed, I mean, y'all can go ahead and do it. But if it's not obvious at this point that that's exactly what they're doing, and I'm guilty of it, I know it's true. Because when I like something, yeah, I like it. That's it. Boom. In an extreme case, maybe I save it. Oh, I liked it so much, I saved it. Bro, when I hate something, old me, I'd be like 5 ongoing arguments in the same group chat with complete strangers over a 4 or 5 period, a 4 or 5 hour period of time, bro. Stressing out for nothing on some dumb shit.
It got old fast. It got old real fast.
I got enough real shit to worry about in life to be, you know what I mean, hate farmed for engagement and advertising.
I mean, dude, and when you correct someone in chat, like when they come in and do some outrageous freaking prediction, it's like you're not doing it to be argumentative. You're doing it because like the whole point of your channel is to help educate people in the right direction. And if someone is like countering that, I think it's worthy of defense versus arguing over some random freaking topic on the internet with a stranger
Hmm.
is not healthy.
Now, what's not healthy is unfortunately how bad it's gotten that, you know, now everybody's got sides. So, you know, not only are you being hate farmed, but now you've made it part of your personality. Right now you're making decisions in your real life about who you're going to talk to, who you're not going to talk to, what movie you're going to watch, what movie you're not going to watch because the director feels like this or that or what's not. Like you can't even enjoy life anymore. Like you see everything through that. You see everything through that lens.
And dude, you can't compete with the people that are glued to social media. If you come in and you read it once or twice a week and you get caught up in an argument, they literally have the sandbox rigged because that's all they do.
Yeah, no, I'm too busy. I'm dope in real life. So I spend my time in the real life.
I love this. It's an app or it's an extension. It's called Social Fixer. And dude, that thing is so freaking awesome. You literally just filter out everything that's not self-help worthy.
It's like anything, bro. It's a tool, right? You can use the hammer to build a doghouse, or you can smash yourself in the face to build cheekbones because your looks
Or your
maxing.
neighbor's face.
You can sit there and bang yourself in the face to build cheekbones so that you don't have to be an incel for the next 10 years of your life.
Dude, that's crazy. Don't even get me started on that topic. Having a 16-year-old son who's like watching all that play out, you know, I sit down at the kitchen table and go, you realize that's not how teenagers are supposed to behave, right?
One of the best videos I saw the other day is one that I would show my son if I had a son around that age. Was a group of girls and they sat the girls down and they showed them all the looks maxing videos and got the girls' reaction to the dude sitting there smashing himself in the face with the hammer. That's enough to cure the any sort of curiosity, right? Because all they did was laugh, like, what the hell? And you know what's
Yeah.
funny? And not funny, but it has to do with just what's happening right now. Like women are graduating at higher levels. They're getting higher paying jobs. So it's not surprising to me that in a world where men were getting the higher paying jobs and getting the higher getting the higher education levels, that young women were doing things to their bodies that weren't healthy to try to attract men because that's how the standard was, right? All the bulimia and all the shit that girls, you know, the foot binding and crazy shit that girls used to do. And now it's flipped, right? Now these young men are the ones that are like, oh shit, we need girls. We can't get girls. They're not paying attention to us. And they're sitting there, you know, picking untested shit, smashing their faces in the heart with blunt objects.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are
That's
anemic
crazy.
now. They're the ones that are bulimic now. It's weird to see it flip. You know what I mean? But it makes sense, I guess, if you look at it from a long view.
I mean, it's so crazy. There's a part of me that loves the diversity. So there's the ones the uh, Jordan Peterson types. Well, it's not Jordan Peterson, but it's a few content creators are like you don't need women. So there's
That
this like
red pill
incel,
bullshit. Yeah.
yeah, like where you don't need women, they're not worth it, and they don't appreciate you
Andrew
type.
Tate and
There's
his
that,
goons.
yeah. So there's that group, and then they have the looks maxing group, and
Bro,
then my
no, no, no.
son's
Listen, what's even crazier is that's the same group. That's the same group. That looks maxing
uh,
group came out of
uh,
that red pill group.
I get it, but I think what it's done is it's given people an opportunity to be more nuanced. And so here, I'll just tell you really quick. Like my son's like, Dad, I understand the hitting the face with the hammer thing. And I go, what? He goes, well, I mean, I want to break my shin bones so they're stronger for MMA. So every time I crack them, and I'm thinking, you know, who's paying the bill? But like, it's funny how he changed. Like he understood of like smashing your bones against somebody else's shins will actually make your shin stronger. They'll build up scar tissue. That's how he turned it. So you have your like your MMA kids that are all they're
But it's
like doing
because it's
jujitsu at
socially
7,
it's
you know.
because it's socially acceptable. Right? Because it's socially acceptable, you look for those things. If it was considered odd or weird, right, then you wouldn't. Yeah, there's the science behind it is that you're making micro fractures in your cheekbones, right?
Yeah.
The reality of it is you haven't even gone through puberty yet, and you're obsessing about what your bone structure is going to be like. You know what I mean?
Taking
Like
steroids, dude. Like
that's
what
that's
the
what
hell?
I'm saying. Like there, don't get me wrong. We needed to stop washing our face with the same soap that we wash our ass with. Okay, we were there for a long time as men, and then we jumped from moisturizing to full on, you know. But I'll be honest, man, it's hard out there for guys right now. I can't imagine being a teenager looking into the future that we got ahead of us, right? Looking at the dating pool the way it is right now. Like girls are not only putting off children, but they're putting off dating. Like girls that are in college right now, they're not running around crazy talking about what guy they're gonna get. Like they're locked in. So these dudes are finding it harder and harder, you know. And obviously, social media is upping the standards for what a successful male looks like.
Yeah, it's not
Right? I'm
like
pretty sure that any of us, when we were in school, no matter what car you were driving, you were the guy with the car. Now it's like you got to park your car up the street because it's not a foreign and you're in high school. You don't want girls to see your Honda Accord. Like, what? Bro, in high school, that Honda Accord would have been packed.
yeah.
You'd have had your choice of dates for lunch. It's just harder now, you know?
And it doesn't help that the sugar daddy movement is at all-time high where, you know, the girl doesn't want a relationship, but she does want the money. And then there's older
Well,
guys that
it's a
don't want a
split.
relationship.
It's a split. There's a split. There's a split between the ones that still want to be taken care of, and then the split is getting bigger on the ones that I've got my own money. Like I don't need your money doesn't buy you being an asshole anymore like it used to. Right? You can't just talk to me any way. You can't just treat me any way. Like I got my own bread. And then there's, you know, the OnlyFans girls. You're never. That's always going to be a thing, right? It's the oldest profession in the. But yeah, it doesn't. You know, unless you got, you know, 50, 60, 70 million, like it doesn't buy you that path that it used to anymore. So men actually have to work on being good husbands and, you know, all of that type of shit. And the young generation is freaking out. They're like, "What do you mean, bro? All I thought I had to do was make money. Now, like my cheekbones have to be symmetrical and shit. Like, what? I didn't sign up for this shit." It's just interesting to watch from, like, you know, I don't know.
I mean, there is somewhat of a limit though, dude. I see some of the wives of the guys that I work with that are like, dude, they are, they just
Too much.
nice dudes, man. And dude, like I'm not the easiest to look at either. Like I'm just average or whatever. But like these guys, man, they look like they got hit in the face with a hammer in the wrong spots. And
That's real.
yet they
That's real
have
love.
but then they got gorgeous wives.
Yeah, that's
Because
real love. Or a nice chunky bank account. One of the two.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's always the guys that are, you know, in their 20 years, they're partner level. They're driving the most expensive Tesla that you can into the parking garage. And they definitely let you know at Christmas parties, man.
I don't know, man. There's a difference. Like, yeah, arm candy is cool, but is she gonna wipe your ass? You know?
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, and that's the thing. And it's like, how quick is she gonna jump when times start going bad? You know,
Yeah.
like, is she gonna jump ship when you lose your job?
Yeah. Got to be very careful with that. I made those mistakes when I was younger.
That's why I secured my wife when I was in Hawaii and I was tan, buff, square jawed.
You were like, yo, this is peak me. I got to cash in because.
Yeah, and you know what she just told me like 10 years ago? She told me, she goes, I was taking a huge risk on you because you have no future.
She bought the top, yo. It's all good. We all do it.
But then now things look really good financially, but then the other thing went the opposite direction. So it's like she just swapped together.
It's too funny, man. I don't know, man. It's all about finding somebody whose messed up shit matches your messed up shit, and then you're good, bro.
That's why I say, like, if you do believe in a god, he's got to be making it's got to be a huge troll for him to remove all the hair on the top of your head and put it down on your chest and your face is a huge, like, he's got to be laughing.
Eternity is a long time to just be serious all the time, bro. You gotta think about it.
Bad on your back.
Yeah. I got lucky on my back because I was carrying a rucksack for so long and humped so many miles that nothing grows on my back anymore from the rubbing of the rucksack.
Well, damn.
Yeah, dude, you walk 100 miles a week and with like 80 pounds on your back, nothing grows on your back anymore.
Got to try that out.
Yeah, take video. Let me know how it goes.
Let's get that shit waxed, bro. Your girl will do it. Your girl will be more than happy. She would love for you to come in there with some wax. Like, hey, handle this.
All I heard was I shouldn't even say this. All I heard was I get lucky on my back because of all the humping.
Humping's just an infantry term for rucksacking or hiking.
It
Heard
just
that
thought it was
right.
funny. You're saying it's an infantry term?
Infantry term, like
Infantry.
our army infantry or marine infantry, like when you put like a lot of weight on your back and you're just walking for miles, they call that humping.
Okay. It was still funny.
No, I have to be careful because there's definitely terms I use out of context sometimes and it catches people off guard. And I'm like, damn, dude, did I just say that? Probably no context whatsoever. You caught it. So yeah.
Sick.
I knew what you were saying. I just couldn't. I thought about not saying anything for a while.
The
No, I
intrusive
love it. I
thoughts
love
took
it, though.
over. It happens.
I said it in a freaking meeting with 120 designers in it. I made some analogy to rucksacking with a lot of weight, and I used the word humping, and there was like I had people say pause, pause. There literally was a pause in the meeting.
That's
funny.
funny.
So what happens when you do the Humpty Hump?
Oh, dude, you make me want to listen to that song now. Thanks for putting that in my head.
What do you do on Hump Day?
Carry things long distances.
I hate that shit. Farmer's carry. That's one of the worst. On leg day, ugh. I always end up with a farmer's carry when my legs are blown out already.
That's the best, dude.
It's, I
That's
mean,
huge.
it's the best for you, yeah, but boy, is that shit a struggle. Talking about a struggle of will. Knowing that I could just stop, I could just put these weights down if I wanted to. There's nothing stopping me from doing it.
Yeah, every ounce mentally and physically, you're like super honed in to get it done. You're like, it's rough. And it's bad if you're like doing it long distance with a buddy and you're not on grass and you're like, dude, you're gone, dead. Just throw both people are on the ground now.
It's at 9 o'clock already. Somebody explain to me where the day went. I gotta go get some food, Joe. I didn't realize I'd gotten so late. Like literally, didn't we just come out of AI class? And bottom of the range, top of the range. Market makers should respect these psychological ranges because, well, honestly, going any further is going to free the trap shorts. So I don't expect too much more than just what we were talking about earlier with the green squiggle, right? Which was somewhere around here. Rewind. I'm not stopping until I find it. I'm in too deep at this point. I've already backtracked way too far to give up. Not responsible for any seizures. Just look away from the screen for a second.
Are you pressing the shortcut key to do that?
Yeah.
What's the shortcut?
Control Z.
Thank you.
Damn, I wouldn't have even started if I thought it was this far back. Yo, I've literally went through a time lapse right now, yo, because there's no way I hadn't written the Ghost of Seeing Me yet by the time. Impossible. This is a new level of laziness, bro. Just not to draw out new squiggle. Whatever. I give up. I said we would range in here. That's it. All right, let me go eat. So I should drop that CME line back. Right back up to CME. All right, I'll be back in a bit, y'all. At this pace, honestly, drop an alert at the bottom of the range, drop an alert at the top of the range, and go get some research done. If you haven't yet. I'll be back, y'all.
Uh,
What are you people doing in my house? What's going on, yo? Yeah, we're just trapped. This is good deep dive weather though. I do have a little gold piece I want to go over with y'all. You know me and my metals. That's not really a gold piece. It's more like a Bitcoin piece, honestly. Said I scared you. Wake up. Neither. That's not how weekend traps work. It's a bull and a bear trap. It's a sit your ass down and relax trap, for lack of a better term. Weekend trap is meant to pin margin in one place so you can build liquidity on both sides. So it's hard to call it a bull or a bear trap, you know? But yes, they do indeed break to one side or the other. We came really close to freeing the trap shorts earlier. All the vector imbalances have been recovered at the top, except for the one that's outside of the range. So I don't expect them to go for that. Nah, I took my ass to the gym. No watch party. Let me see. Yeah, we got a little Bitcoin deep dive. Just something to get the maxis all excited. Freeing the trap shorts also triggers the M pattern that we're sitting in. So it would make for an interesting 3-day down because it's a pretty, I mean, it's basically the same measured move as breaking the channel, which we did. And we haven't invalidated that yet. Just to be accurate. That M pattern gets triggered if we free the trap shorts. So at least it gives us decent target for that trap short. It's a little bit lower. It's a little bit lower than the break of the bearish channel. But more importantly, it would break that uptrend as well. So it would be not an insignificant drop. A little bit more than the measured move we have already. So I guess it's the more important one. We'll leave that one. But yeah. But this is easily invalidated. That's why I said that drawing patterns in the weekend trap is cool and all, but it's the same thing. You're either going to trap longs or trap shorts, right? If you free the trap longs, you're invalidating this M pattern. Each one is going to be its own trigger. But we'll leave it up there just so you're aware. I personally want to buy 60, but I will settle for 62 if I have to. I'd be happy about it, but whoa, language. Relax, buddy. Yeah, I think so. Breaking 60 is where we get sketchy, in my opinion. But 61 and still continue, yeah. I mean, even underneath 60 isn't out of the question that it pops back. It's just a way more difficult job at that point because you're going to lose sentiment for sure. Let's see what we got. Remember, support is support until it's not. Resistance is resistance until it's not. Most likely outcome is that we hold support. All right, not really missing anything in the trenches. Quick scan of Twitter. Came up basically empty. Let's see what happens once we test the bottom. If we test bottom and hold and it looks like we're just going to range, then I'm going to go into that deep dive real quick on Bitcoin. Nothing big, just some stuff I'm trying to put out as short. I just need to edit it and stuff first. So might as well give it up first once over with y'all. I'll be right back. All right, don't mind me, y'all. I just had to check something real quick. There's a method to my madness. Verdict is, yeah, we're probably stuck sideways for at least the next 6 hours. Bad news. Good news is it gives us time to talk shit and look at some other things. Or it gives me time to drop my phone off the desk. All right, let me give this a listen before I play it for y'all real quick, just to make sure there's nothing wrong with it. It's not like my daily driver, but I use it. That's good, John. I'm almost done. I had to make some edits. I have a little late night deep dive. I'll do it again tomorrow afternoon, probably. Well, tomorrow's Cypher School. Tomorrow's Cypher School is where I try to turn everybody into maxis. We've already learned the cycles all the way down to the 15-second. And we've already learned market maker and his motivations, how he moves. We've already learned the psychology to master our own, or at least try to master our own brains. But now we have to move into what the hell do we point that all at? Because you can learn all that and go point it at memes and you're going to get wrecked. So for anybody that's not fully orange pilled by now, hopefully tomorrow I'll be aware. And it's just me having to get it out, doing my due diligence. I've got to say it once. I can't tell anybody what to do, but I'll feel better once I make the case. Of course, you don't want to do this shit by yourself. But I will say that doing it by yourself is better than doing it with the wrong group of people. because that can hurt you more than it can help you. Okay, let me see if this edit is correct. You're gonna like this deep dive. It's like a crypto Bitcoin. Well, you know what? I'll show all of it tomorrow, but I'll give a little sneak peek to what my angle is gonna be. Oh yeah. Wow. So I have to, okay. Let me see. Can I cut this down? I figured out a way how to make these longer, which is good. Really good, because I have been having to summarize things just to keep them within the restrictions, right? But I don't like being put in that box unnecessarily. Well, either that, Issa, or our dollar will hyperinflate, and then you'll be able to come over here and buy whatever you want. We'll see what happens first. Maybe meet halfway. You know what I mean? You make some good money, and our dollar goes to shit, and that good money turns into really good money over here. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna grind until the wheels fall off of this shit. And then whoever in the family lives in the place with the best conversion rate, we're just all gonna move there. Just buy up the whole neighborhood. No, 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 no. I don't even like fences, bro. Like, I don't even like fences like that. Damn, how did that not shave any time off of it? Now what? How do I? Good chance we free the chap shorts here. I should have this done in the next 10 minutes if it stops being done. Yeah, that sucks. That's unfortunate. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, yeah. Nice. How is this still the same? I just edited so much shit. How could it possibly? Ain't no way. You know what? Fine. All right, I'm not gonna fight with that anymore. That's good like that. Mm. It's gonna be a late night deep dive. Realize what time it is. Pulse move down, hopefully between 62 and 60, 3-day up, hopefully into a new local high. Green July, baby. Nah, everything's basically the same except for some of the timing on Fridays. We tend to free the traps a couple times on Fridays, but so far we still respect CME close even though it's not closed. And for the most part, we don't free the traps until Sunday morning. Give me a second. So I initially started doing a deep dive on the run for Bitcoin from sovereign governments. And then it led me down a rabbit hole that I've been kicking around for a while. But maybe it's better if we step into it the way I stepped into it. So we're going to listen to a quick little Clanker podcast on the initial deep dive, which was that race for Bitcoin. But I do want to dig in a little bit deeper into something right after.
You know, usually when a government seizes billions of dollars in illegal assets, they follow this incredibly predictable playbook.
Right. They lock it down immediately.
Exactly. They lock down the property, they run it through the legal system, and then they just auction it off. They take the hard cash.
Yeah, they want to buy police cruisers or fund task forces.
I mean, it just disappears into the general treasury somewhere.
Which is standard operating procedure. But right now, something entirely different is happening.
It really is. According to the data we're looking at today, the United States government is sitting on roughly 328,000 Bitcoin.
That is a massive number.
And instead of liquidating it, there are actually executive orders being drafted to make absolutely sure they never sell a single one.
Which is the multi-billion-dollar question, right? Why?
Exactly. Why?
Well, it points to this profound shift in global strategy. And it's happening almost entirely out of the public eye.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're taking a really hard look at a phenomenon that completely defies what most people think is happening in the financial markets right now.
Yeah, because if you look at the mainstream headlines, you just see a crypto space that looks completely dead. Oh, hey, our listener wants to join in. What's up?
What's going on, guys? Just wanted to interrupt before you got too deep into it. It's Dbloc. We're on YouTube right now and we're listening Crypto After Dark. So just letting you know we're tuned in. Don't get all shy now.
Dbloc, it is great to have you with us tonight.
Welcome to the show and hello to everyone on YouTube.
Crypto After Dark is the perfect vibe for this conversation.
It really is, because most people are totally asleep.
They think the crypto space is just completely dead.
Right, like a boring, grinding bear market with no interest.
But our
I
source
took it the
material
other
paints
way.
a totally different picture.
Analyst Keith D says a global race has already started.
And nations are quietly accumulating while the public ignores it.
So Dbloc, we're unpacking this quiet sovereign squeeze tonight.
We want to see how you can position your portfolio.
To understand this, we have to look at last year.
There was that big executive order under the Trump administration.
So what about a strategic Bitcoin reserve and national stockpile?
It sounded like the government was
And it was
validating
not a
digital
joke.
gold publicly.
But the mechanical details were actually a lot more subtle.
They weren't just market buying with billions of taxpayer dollars.
No, they weren't just smashing the buy button, were they?
Not at all. They were starting a comprehensive inventory first.
Seeing what crypto they already had in the couch cushions.
And they put systems in place to stop any selling.
The goal was simply to halt the outflow of assets.
But public opinion saw it as a massive, embarrassing failure.
Because the price absolutely cratered right after that announcement.
It looked like a cheap stunt to pander to voters.
Especially since we saw a year of total radio silence.
It seemed the concept died in some slow congressional committee.
But Keith D highlights recent updates from Director Patrick Witt.
He's assuring the public that the work is continuing covertly.
It really forces us into a binary reality here.
Either this is a black hole used to string us along.
Or we're witnessing a brilliant, covert, strategic financial maneuver.
To figure it out, we just have to follow the money.
The public relations spin doesn't matter on the public ledger.
We have to look at who already holds the keys.
And the entities holding them aren't who you'd usually expect.
No, we're talking about massive federal law enforcement agencies.
The U.S. is holding about 328,000 Bitcoin right now.
That's over 1.5% of the supply.
China has 190,000, and the UK has 61,000 documented.
These are multi-billion-dollar stockpiles held in state custody.
They basically tripped and fell into a gold mine through seizures.
But why are they holding instead of auctioning them off?
Is it just an administrative backlog because government is slow?
Well, think about when they seize a yacht or cars.
They liquidate those for cash as fast as possible.
Because holding a physical asset is a liability and expensive.
If they thought Bitcoin was a Ponzi, they'd dump it.
But they aren't dumping, they are welding the vaults shut.
That legally prevents sales and signals a paradigm shift.
They're treated it as a pristine, long-term reserve asset.
And that's just the nations that acquired it by accident.
It gets much more disruptive with the intentional pioneers.
Like El Salvador, which shifted the entire geopolitical Overton window.
They made Bitcoin legal tender and are accumulating daily.
They're sitting on
So I
roughly
wonder what they do
7,700
when that senator
Bitcoin
dies.
through
Do they-
intentional
I mean, I know
purchases.
they could do
It's a
special
deliberate
election, but
defensive
being so
maneuver
close to
against the current
midterms,
financial
I wonder
system.
if
Because
they
El
could-
Salvador uses the U.S. dollar.
We're
but
listening
lacks
to
the
the
printer.
clankers.
When the Fed
Check it.
prints money,
Can you hear
El
it?
Salvador feels the
You,
inflation.
No,
They don't
Discord,
get
can
any
you
of the
hear?
injected stimulus liquidity.
So
I can't
Bitcoin
hear
is their
Discord, I'm
escape
sorry,
hatch from
dude.
that hidden
No, it's all good. I
tax.
was
While
just
they are
wondering
being
if it
loud,
was
Bhutan is
maybe I
being
was muted.
incredibly stealthy.
They hold around 13,000
I'm
Bitcoin for a
watching your
tiny
stream, but I'm not
population.
listening.
And they didn't buy a single one on an exchange.
They generated them using state-backed hydroelectric mining operations.
They're leveraging their unique geography in the Himalaya Mountains.
Like a farmer using wasted tractor heat for greenhouses.
They turn roaring water into a liquid, global digital asset.
Now the institutional wave is starting to pull up too.
We see sovereign wealth funds in the UAE and Luxembourg.
They aren't building mining rigs, they are buying ETFs.
ETFs solve the nightmare of secure custody for traditional institutions.
It makes digital assets fit perfectly into their risk frameworks.
Kazakhstan is even including utility tokens like BNB and funds.
That shows they're betting on the whole digital ecosystem.
Meanwhile, the Czech Republic is building the experimental plumbing.
They're testing how Bitcoin interacts with stablecoins and deposits.
They're learning how the pipes connect for the future.
This all points back to a massive fundamental problem.
The vulnerability of holding another country's fiat currency reserves.
Because dollars are just an IOU from a foreign power.
And that IOU can be diluted or even weaponized.
The U.S. can order the SWIFT network to disconnect anyone.
Instantly freezing a nation's savings with a single pen stroke.
Bitcoin neutralizes this because it has no issuing country.
There is no central bank of Bitcoin to flip switches.
It's an upgrade to gold without the massive logistical friction.
You don't need armored trucks or chemists to derify it.
This leads to the asymmetric bet for any national treasury.
A tiny 1% allocation has limited downside risk.
But the upside potential could secure a nation's entire future.
This starts a game theory race between every global superpower.
You have to stockpile before your rivals take it all.
But you can't buy billions without exploding the market price.
If you announce your intent, the world will front-run you.
This is where the covert corporate proxy theory comes in.
Look at MicroStrategy holding more Bitcoin than most nations.
Could the U.S. be using domestic companies to accumulate quietly?
They've done it before to secure other strategic supply chains.
It bypasses the messy bureaucratic friction and public hearings,
You let the CEO take the direct volatility risk.
while the state secures its interests through the back door.
It's the ultimate shadow game for a fixed supply asset.
So, Dbloc, what does this mean for the listener?
Since you're listening to Crypto After Dark right now,
If superpowers are hoarding, you might want to look closer.
you can use the Peter Thiel strategy for your retirement.
He put cheap PayPal shares into a Roth IRA years ago.
And
Right.
grew it to $5 billion, totally tax-free.
You can do that with crypto through iTrust Capital today.
Especially while
Yeah.
Hey, I understand Peter Thiel was Mr. I Trust Capital, but we don't all have Peter Thiel's money. I do appreciate it, though. Thanks for the deep dive.
Dbloc. That is a totally fair point to bring up.
Yeah, we aren't all starting with Silicon Valley founder equity, are we?
Duh.
But what's fascinating here is that the principle stays the same.
Okay, let's unpack this.
Let's not unpack this. So that was the original sort of topic of the deep dive, right? Sovereign states jumping in, trying to accumulate. And then I found myself going down that same sort of maxi rabbit hole of every country in the world and every billionaire in the world just, but then my brain got to clicking on something that I've been talking about for a while. So I decided to dig in a little bit deeper. And again, we're going to go through this tomorrow because tomorrow I do want to dive in some of the basics and maybe not so basics on why I'm so on the Bitcoin train with everything that we've talked about. Some of the stuff I feel like you feel like it doesn't need to be said, but then you forget that people are just getting to this market, But that being said, I do want to play a little something. And again, this is just me and my brain. Right? Take it for what it's worth. All right, which one of you? We're going to go light or dark? All right.
Artificial intelligence is shifting into a new phase of autonomous operation. We are seeing the rise of digital agents that can independently write code, analyze datasets, and manage travel logistics without human intervention. To complete these tasks, agents require resources. An agent must buy server space, pull data from gated APIs, and rent compute power to finish its assigned work. This creates an immediate hurdle. Under current banking regulations, it is impossible for an autonomous piece of code to open a bank account. Without a verified human identity, a machine is locked out of the financial system.
Just let
We
me
have
cook.
engineered a highly capable, light-speed digital workforce, but we have placed them in a world where they cannot legally or physically possess money. The legacy financial system is built around human identity. It requires a social security number, a verified physical address, and a signature, credentials that a software agent simply cannot provide. The infrastructure itself is limited by human schedules. While an AI operates continuously, bank transactions halt on weekends, creating friction that machines cannot tolerate. Even the payment rails are outdated. Credit card networks carry transaction fees that often exceed 30 cents. Because agents make thousands of tiny payments for single API queries, the transaction cost would be higher than the value being moved. This legacy architecture was designed by humans, for humans. It lacks the technical and economic capacity to serve a machine economy. There is a payment infrastructure that actually meets these operational requirements: cryptocurrency. When stripped of its speculative hype, blockchain technology functions as a machine-native set of financial rails. A blockchain operates continuously. It processes transactions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, moving value across borders without the delays of traditional banking hours. An AI agent does not need to pass an identity check to participate. It can generate its own permissionless wallet address using mathematics, allowing it to receive and store funds autonomously. To solve the issue of cost, Layer 2 networks enable near-instant settlement for fractions of a penny. Furthermore, agents use smart contracts, programmable logic guaranteeing payment is only released once a service is digitally verified. The features that often felt over-engineered for human consumers are the exact specifications required for machines to transact with one another. The original builders
that
of the
sink in
internet
for a
actually
second.
anticipated this need. They created HTTP status code 402, labeled Payment Required, but it sat dormant for 30 years because the web lacked a native form of digital cash. The X402 protocol finally activates this code, providing an open standard that allows AI agents to autonomously pay for digital services through the HTTP protocol itself. An AI attempting to access a dated database receives a 402 signal with payment metadata. It executes a micropayment in USDC via the base blockchain. The server verifies the transaction and grants access instantly, with zero human intervention. This invisible loop represents a true machine-to-machine economy, functioning entirely outside the constraints of traditional finance. The 2-decade struggle to make crypto accessible to everyday people looks different when viewed through the lens of automation. It appears we were the early test users for a system whose primary participants were always intended to be machines. Projections suggest an AI-driven economy could reach $10 to $50 trillion by 2030. At that scale, millions of agents would be transacting continuously, moving value at speeds that dwarf human commerce. These agents evaluate networks with mathematical objectivity. They do not care about branding or social media hype. They measure only transaction speed, uptime reliability, and total cost. When an agent identifies a more efficient protocol, it can instantly migrate its capital and transaction volume to that network. This could cause billions in economic activity to shift between chains in a single weekend. While humans have spent years debating which blockchain is superior, AI agents will likely reach a consensus based on the raw performance data in a matter of hours. Right now, much of the market is focused on social momentum and the prices of pure AI tokens. The more significant activity is happening at the infrastructure level. The real growth is found in the networks actively deploying the rails for agentic commerce, such as Base, Ethereum, and the Lightning Network. As these agents earn rewards for their work, they accumulate the governance tokens used to manage these protocols. While human voters often share 20% participation, agents can analyze and vote on every proposal instantly, giving them an outsized influence over the evolution of the networks they use. This new machine-driven economy is already scaling. Between the activation of the X402 protocol and the thousands of agents registering on-chain daily, these digital rails are being laid down without the need for human permission.
Do you see where I'm going? And do you see how this rabbit hole unfolded for me? All right. If you're not there yet, just ride with me on this.
I need to correct something I believed for almost a...
I also need to say that this was written in my voice. Right? I wrote this in my voice for me to write the script, and I could never get around to the 11 Labs thing. So she is going to be speaking in my voice. I know it's weird. Just deal with it. I'll fix it later.
I need to correct something I believed for almost a decade. And if you've been in this space as long as I have, you believed it too. We thought crypto was built for us. Human sovereignty. Bank the unbanked. Take your money out of the hands of a system that can freeze your account, debase your currency, tell you no. That was the pitch. I remember the first time someone explained self-custody to me, and it felt like a religious experience. Be your own bank. Trust no one. I bought it completely. The ideology, the language, all of it. And I wasn't wrong about the value of the technology. I was wrong about who it was actually built for. Here's the real story, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. We weren't the end users. We were the beta testers. 10 years of humans buying, holding, panic selling at the bottom, arguing about gas fees in group chats, losing keys, forgetting passwords. That wasn't the main event. That was the stress test. That was the network absorbing every form of human error and human emotion it could possibly encounter, proving it could survive volatility and survive scale and survive us before the actual intended user ever showed up. and that user is here now. Artificial intelligence is the true end user of crypto. Not a poetic comparison, the literal technical fit. Everything permissionless about this technology, everything programmable, everything that made it clunky and unforgiving for a human being with a bank account and a driver's license, that's exactly the spec sheet a machine needs. We spent a decade building infrastructure for ourselves, and it turns out we were building it for something else entirely. And I don't say that to make you feel small or to make the last 10 years feel wasted. I say it because it's the single most useful reframe I can hand you before we go any further in this report. If you're still evaluating this space through a purely human lens, will my mom understand it? Will my neighbor adopt it? Does it feel intuitive on a phone? You're grading the wrong user on the exam. The real adoption curve isn't waiting on human comfort anymore. Stay with me on this one, because everything after this slide builds directly on top of it. Let's talk about why crypto adoption actually stalled. Not the narrative you hear on Twitter, regulation, or it's still early, the real structural reason. Crypto adoption plateaued at roughly $2.5 trillion. And it plateaued there because the infrastructure requires humans to do things humans are genuinely bad at. Manage a private key with zero recovery option, forever. No customer service line to call if you mess it up. Memorize 12 random words in the right order and never lose the piece of paper you wrote them on. Navigate an asset that can drop 40% while you're asleep and still function like a rational adult the next morning. None of that is a technology problem. That's a human behavior problem wearing a technology costume, and I've watched it wreck people personally. Now, flip the frame completely and look at the exact same list through a different lens. A machine doesn't hesitate before signing a transaction. A machine doesn't need a YouTube tutorial explaining what a seed phrase is, and it never loses one. A machine has no trust issues, no fear of loss, no emotional relationship to a red candle at 3 a.m. It's autonomous code, and autonomous code trusts other code, completely, instantly, without a support ticket, without a Reddit thread asking if it's been scammed. Everything we spent a decade calling a UX problem, the friction, the permanence, the cold, unforgiving logic baked into every transaction, was never actually a bug for this user. It's the exact operational environment AI requires. Permissionless, programmable, relentlessly logical. We built a system too demanding for humans and precisely calibrated for machines, and we didn't even realize it while we were building it. Think about how much of the last decade of crypto criticism suddenly reads differently through this lens. Nobody wants to manage their own keys. Correct, nobody human does. The finality is too harsh. There's no undo button. Correct again, for a person. For a machine executing a pre-verified instruction, an undo button isn't a feature, it's a vulnerability. Every complaint we filed against this technology as inconvenient for us turns out to be a design requirement for the thing that was actually going to use it at scale. Go try to open a bank account for an AI agent right now. Go ahead, try it. You can't. And not because of some fixable technicality a bank will patch next quarter. Once you actually sit with why you can't, you start to understand how deep this incompatibility goes. It's not one problem. It's a structural 4-part mismatch. And I want to walk you through all 4, because any single one of these would be disqualifying on its own. Identity. An AI cannot pass KYC. It doesn't have a passport. It doesn't have a social security number. It has no legal personhood at all. The entire compliance apparatus of modern banking, decades of regulation built specifically to attach every baller to a verified human identity, assumes a human body sitting behind the account. And a model running on a server rack has neither a body nor an identity in that legal sense. Uptime. AI operates 24/7, 365 at machine speed, executing thousands of decisions an hour. Banks close on weekends and federal holidays, like it's still 1960 and everyone commutes by train. Borders. AI is globally distributed by default, running on servers scattered across continents. Banks trap money in national silos with brutal cross-border friction. Wire delays, correspondent bank fees eating $10, $20, $30 off a transfer. And economics. This is the one that kills it outright. No workaround available. AI requires microtransactions, fractions of a cent, potentially thousands of times a day for a single agent. Card network minimums sit around 30 cents a transaction just to clear the rails. That's not friction you optimize away. That's mathematically impossible at the scale a machine economy needs. You cannot retrofit a system built for humans with paperwork into a system that needs to move a tenth of a cent, 1,000,000 times an hour, with nobody signing anything. And I want to be clear that this isn't a knock on banks doing their job badly. They were built to serve a completely different customer, under completely different constraints, with fraud prevention and legal liability baked into every single one of those four walls. That's the point. They were never designed with this user in mind. And no patch, no update, no new mobile app is going to change what's structurally impossible at the foundation. Something else has to carry that load. And it already exists.
I want to put this side by side so you can see it in one shot, because sometimes a table says more in 10 seconds than a paragraph says in 10 minutes. 4 dimensions: legacy banking on one side, machine-native crypto, Bitcoin, Base on the other. Walk through it with me row by row and actually let the gap register. Operating hours: legacy banking, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, with a lunch break baked into the culture of the entire industry. Machine native, 24/7, 365, continuous, no close sign ever, no exceptions for holidays. Identity requirement: legacy, passports, social security numbers, corporate KYC stacks that can take a business weeks to clear. Machine native, a cryptographic wallet and a private key. That's the entire onboarding flow, start to finish in seconds. Minimum viable payment: legacy, around 30 cents, the hard floor set by the card networks. Machine native, about a tenth of a cent. On Lightning or a base layer 2, 3 orders of magnitude smaller. Settlement speed: legacy, 1 to 3 business days, longer if an intermediary bank gets involved. Machine native, 2 seconds, on-chain, final, no chargeback window haunting the merchant for 90 days afterward. This is not an incremental upgrade where crypto is a little faster and a little cheaper. This is a completely different category of infrastructure, purpose-built for an operator that never sleeps, never needs a passport, and never tolerates a 3-day float on its own money. When you line it up like this, the question stops being, will machines eventually use crypto? The honest question becomes, what else were they ever going to use? I've sat across from people who still frame this as a competition. Crypto rails versus fintech rails, slugging it out for market share like 2 competing apps. That's not what this table is showing you. It's showing you 2 systems built for 2 entirely different operators, and one of those operators simply cannot function inside the other's rulebook. This isn't a fight crypto has to win. It's a fit that was already decided the moment the first line of Bitcoin's code got written.
Dramatic pause.
Here's where I need you to stop thinking about any of this as a future scenario, because it isn't one anymore. This is happening right now, quietly, in production, while the rest of the market is busy arguing about macro sentiment and chasing whatever token is pumping this week. Builders have already deployed the plumbing underneath all of that noise. Let me give you 4 receipts, and I want you to notice who's actually behind them. Base and Stripe. The X402 protocol is deployed directly on Base, built by Stripe. That's not a scrappy startup running a weekend hackathon experiment. That's one of the largest payment processing companies on the planet, shipping machine-native payment rails directly onto a public blockchain, in production, today. Bitcoin Lightning, L402 payments, enabled specifically for AI agents by Lightning Labs, the same team that built the Lightning Network itself, now purpose engineering the payment layer for autonomous machines instead of human peer-to-peer transfers. Agentic wallets, programmatic wallet provisioning, launched by Coinbase Developer Platform, meaning an AI agent can be issued a fully functional wallet automatically. No human filling out a form, no human clicking approve, at whatever scale the application demands. And the number that should genuinely stop you mid-scroll, 13,000 autonomous AI agents registered on-chain via ERC 8004 in a single day. Not over a fiscal year, a single day. While human traders were watching candlestick patterns, the actual infrastructure for a machine economy went fully live underneath them, built by names you already trust. And that last part matters more than people give it credit for. This isn't an anonymous team on a Discord server promising the moon. This is Stripe,
This is Coinbase. This is the actual team behind Lightning. When infrastructure of this caliber gets built by operators of this caliber, quietly, without a marketing campaign or a token launch to hype it,
Why are you clipping?
This next one is genuinely my favorite detail in the entire report because it's the kind of thing that tells you the people building this actually understood the assignment at a level most of the industry doesn't. For over 30 years, HTTP status code 402, literally labeled payment required in the original web specification, sat completely dormant. Every developer alive has seen a 404 error. Almost nobody has ever seen 402 fire in a real production system. It's been sitting there since the earliest architecture of the internet, defined, reserved, and functionally unused for 3 decades. Now, it's been resurrected, and not by some random open source hobby project. Governed by the Open 402 Foundation, backed by Coinbase and Cloudflare, 2 of the most consequential infrastructure companies operating on the internet today, 402 has been transformed into a machine-readable payment negotiation layer. Sit with what that actually means for a second. Payment stops being a separate system awkwardly bolted onto the side of the web. A checkout page, a monthly billing cycle, a subscription you forgot existed until the charge hit your card. It becomes a first-class primitive of HTTP itself, a native part of how a request and response actually function at the protocol level. That single architectural choice bypasses human billing cycles entirely. No invoice sitting in an inbox, no net 30 payment terms, no customer success team manually chasing down a late payment. Just a request, a price, and a response, negotiated machine to machine instantly, exactly the way it arguably should have worked since day one. I find something almost poetic about this one, honestly. 30 years of the internet running on a specification that had this exact capability sitting inside it the entire time, just waiting for a user that actually needed it badly enough to bother implementing it properly. Humans never needed 402. We built checkout carts and subscription dashboards and billing departments instead, because we could tolerate the friction. Machines can't tolerate it. So the code that was always technically possible finally became commercially necessary. And here we are.
Let me break the actual mechanism down for you step by step, because once you see all 4 moves laid out, you'll understand exactly why this changes how software gets paid for at a fundamental level. This is called request, pay, retry, and the entire sequence executes in about 2 seconds, start to finish, with a human involved in exactly 0 of the steps. Step 1, get. An agent sends an initial request to a server for whatever it needs. Data, compute, an API call, no payment attached yet, because at this point, it doesn't even know the price. Step 2, 402. The server responds, not with a rejection or an error page, but with a structured payment descriptor. Here's exactly what this costs, here's precisely how to pay it. Step 3, pay. The agent pays, directly via the base blockchain, settled in roughly 2 seconds. No approval email sitting in a queue, no finance department signing off, no human anywhere clicking a single button. Step 4, 200 OK. The agent retries the identical request, this time with a transaction receipt attached as proof of payment, and the server delivers exactly what was asked for. Request, price, payment, delivery. 4 steps, 0 humans, 2 seconds, done. Every single time. Now, compare that honestly to how your own business currently pays for a piece of software. The demo call, the procurement form routed through 3 departments, the 30-day invoice cycle, the awkward follow-up email asking when payment's coming. Now imagine a world where every API call on Earth settles like that instead. Instantly, autonomously, at whatever volume the machine actually needs. That's not a faster version of the old model. That's an entirely different economy running on entirely different rules. And here's the detail I want you to actually hold on to. This flow doesn't require the agent to trust the server, and it doesn't require the server to trust the agent, because neither one of them has to. The blockchain is the trust. Payment either happened, verifiably, on-chain, or it didn't, and step 4 simply never fires if it didn't.
Now, because I know some of you are already halfway through typing the question, Wait, doesn't Stripe already handle payments? What's actually new here? I want to be precise about the difference, because it matters a lot more than people give it credit for. There are two competing approaches sitting in this market right now, and only one of them is genuinely neutral shared infrastructure. X402 protocol, backed by Coinbase and Cloudflare, is an open standard, governed by the independent X402 Foundation, owned by no single company, forkable, inspectable, permanent. Stripe's machine payments protocol is proprietary. It requires a Stripe account, full stop, no exceptions, meaning you are operating inside their walled garden or you are simply not participating in that network at all. Now, look at the rest of the comparison, because the pattern holds all the way down. Payment rails. X402 settles in USDC, directly on the base blockchain, transparent and auditable. Stripe settles through the traditional card network stack. The same one we already established has a hard 30-cent floor. Minimum payment. X402 can drop to roughly a tenth of a cent. Stripe remains bound by that same card floor no matter how much engineering they layer on top of it. Settlement time. 2 seconds for X402. 1 to 2 business days for Stripe, because underneath the modern interface, it's still riding on decades-old banking rails. This is the exact same pattern we've watched play out in every open versus closed fight in the history of the internet. From TCP/IP beating proprietary networking stacks to open web standards beating walled garden platforms. Open infrastructure wins the base layer every time, because nobody building a global machine economy wants their entire supply chain sitting on top of one company's terms of service, subject to one company's mood. I know which side of this I'm betting on, and it's not the one that can shut off your account with an email. To be fair to Stripe here, they're not wrong to build what they built. A closed system is genuinely easier to ship fast, easier to secure, easier to support with a real customer service team on the other end of a chat window. But easier for the builder isn't the same as better for the ecosystem. And a global machine economy running trillions of transactions a day cannot be permissioned by a single company's risk department. That's not a criticism of Stripe's execution. It's a structural ceiling. Let's get concrete, because machine economy can start to sound abstract and hand-wavy if I don't ground it in exactly what's being bought and sold minute by minute. 3 categories. Pay close attention to how small and how relentlessly frequent these individual transactions are, because that frequency is genuinely the whole point of this entire report. Pay per query APIs. Agents are dynamically selecting which AI model to use for a given task in real time and paying fractions of a cent per individual inference call, abandoning the monthly subscription model completely. Ask yourself honestly why a machine would ever pay for a flat rate seat license it only actually uses for 6 seconds out of an entire day. It doesn't. It pays for precisely what it uses, precisely when it uses it, and not a fraction more. Web content monetization. AI crawlers are now paying publishers a tenth of a cent per article, accessed natively at the point of use, completely bypassing display ads and subscription paywalls entirely. That's a direct machine-to-publisher economic relationship that simply did not exist 2 years ago. An entirely new revenue line for content creators, paid out automatically. And agent-to-agent services. This is the category that should really land for you, because it's the strangest one. Autonomous procurement, where one specialized agent buys data analysis, identity verification, or raw compute power directly from a completely different agent, with no human anywhere in that transaction chain from start to finish. Machines are already quietly building their own supply chains with each other. This is the actual texture of the machine economy. Not a headline on a crypto news site, not speculation about what might happen someday. Millions of tiny, real, precisely priced transactions happening constantly, right now, that essentially no human being ever sees or personally approves. Try to picture the old version of this economy for a second, because the contrast is what makes it land. The old version required a sales team, a contract, a purchase order, a monthly invoice, an accounts payable department reconciling it weeks later. The new version requires none of that scaffolding, for any of it. Every relationship in that list I just gave you gets replaced by a single price, checked and paid in real time. That's not a smaller version of commerce. That's commerce with the entire administrative layer surgically removed. I'd be doing you a real disservice if I sold you the utopia version of this without being straight with you about the risk. So let's talk about it directly. Autonomous spending introduces a genuinely new attack surface, and it's not theoretical. It's already actively being exploited in the wild. Malicious websites use prompt injections, hidden instructions buried invisibly inside a page an agent visits, specifically designed to trick that agent into draining its own spending budget on the attacker's behalf. That's a live threat model right now, not a hypothetical for a future white paper. Here's the solution, and honestly, it's the specific detail that made me actually trust this architecture, instead of just being excited about it. Spending policies. Daily limits, per vendor caps, whatever guardrails you want to define, get encoded directly at the smart contract level, using tools like Coinbase Agent Kit. Read that mechanism again slowly, because it matters. This isn't a toggle sitting inside an app that a sufficiently clever exploit can quietly bypass with the right input. Even if the agent's entire application logic gets fully compromised, even if the prompt injection works flawlessly, even if the underlying model does precisely what the attacker wants it to do, the blockchain itself rejects any transaction that falls outside the defined policy, enforced at the execution layer, not the application layer. Not a warning banner, not a flag queued for human review 3 days later. A hard, immediate rejection, enforced by mathematics, not by trust in the software above it. That's the actual difference between security theater and real security. Software can be tricked, manipulated, socially engineered. Cryptography, enforced on-chain, cannot be talked into anything, no matter how convincing the attack. That's precisely the kind of guardrail an economy built entirely on autonomous agents genuinely needs to survive contact with bad actors. And I want you to notice the parallel here, because it's exactly the same lesson from the trading psychology work I do. A rule you can talk yourself out of in the moment isn't a real rule, it's a suggestion.
You figure out why it's not
I want to hand you the
why it's
actual
clipping like
map
that.
here, because I think the single biggest mistake you can make right now is assuming we're further along in this or further behind than we genuinely are. There are 4 distinct phases to this adoption curve, and knowing precisely where we stand today should directly change how you're positioning yourself. Phase 1, right now, this exact moment, earning and storing. AI writes code, analyzes data, and gets compensated for that work. And lacking any social security number or bank account, it uses crypto as its only available option to actually store that earned value. That's not philosophy or ideology. That's simply the only door currently open to it by mechanical necessity. Phase 2, the machine-to-machine economy booms. Millions of agents transacting continuously, 24/7. Agent A pays Agent B for a dataset. Agent B turns around and pays Agent C for the compute it needed to process that dataset. Transaction volume explodes exponentially because none of it requires a single human to review or approve anything along the chain. Phase 3, relentless optimization. AI mathematically tests every available chain for raw speed and total cost, then migrates billions of dollars in capital to whatever stack objectively wins over the span of a single weekend. Not a fiscal quarter, a weekend. Because machines carry zero brand loyalty, zero sentimental attachment. They carry math, and math doesn't wait for Monday. And Phase 4, 2030 and beyond, protocol governance. AI agents holding their own earned tokens, governing DAOs with genuine 100% participation,
It's
perfect
crazy.
shared information, and instant coordination. The exact kind of clean, functional governance humans have never once managed to pull off at scale in any system ever. We are standing squarely in Phase 1 right now, watching the on-ramp into Phase 2 get physically built in real time underneath the market's feet. That's the actual window you're looking at. Sit with this number for a second, because I genuinely don't think it's fully landed for most people yet, even the ones who've read this far. Projected market by 2030, $50 trillion. The current human crypto cap, the entire market you and I have been trading, screenshotting, and arguing about for the last decade, roughly $2.5 trillion. That's not a growth story in the normal sense of the phrase. That's a 20 times expansion into a market that will barely resemble the one we're standing in today. And here's the part that should actually unsettle you a little. If you let it sit for a moment instead of scrolling past it, humans hold 10 trillion of that projected 50, 20% of the total pie. AI holds the other 40 trillion, 80%. Read that split one more time, slowly. We go from being the entire addressable market, the only participant, to being the minority shareholder inside networks we personally built from scratch. Why does that happen? Because machines are simply better capital allocators than we are. Full stop. And I say that as someone who has spent this entire report, and honestly my entire career in this space, teaching people how to manage their own psychology around money. Machines are never emotional. They optimize constantly, without fatigue, without ego, without a narrative voice constructing a story about who they are based on their last losing trade. They compound forever on a straight, undistracted line because they never need to cash out for rent, for a wedding, for a rough month where the bills just won't wait. We are about to become the minority holders of our own networks, not because we personally lose anything in the process, because the objectively better allocator inevitably ends up holding the larger share. That's not a fear I'm selling you. That's just math, playing out exactly the way math always does. And if you've been in my community for a while, you already know I don't do doom framing. I'm not telling you this to make you anxious about being replaced. I'm telling you because being early to understand a shift is worth infinitely more than being emotionally comfortable with it. The people positioned ahead of this split aren't the ones who resisted it. They're the ones who saw the pie growing to 50 trillion and asked how to hold a piece of the 80%, instead of quietly rooting for the 20.
That is a fact. And that's the point of this whole thing. You know, for the past decade, we've been counting on humans to come in and give us that mass adoption that's just going to give us that supply shock for the 21 billion and the data. I don't think we're going to have to wait that long. I think this thing is going to escalate in real time exponentially. And people who wait too long are going to get left behind. Y'all know I like to stand on the edge, right? And I know I'm on the edge with this one. But I'm almost about 85% sure that the reason that crypto was allowed to succeed and not get squashed was because it answered the question of how the economy is going to work after workers get replaced.
When you did that first pass, dude, you weren't showing on your stream, so I apologize for. I had
Nah,
no
you're good.
idea you were.
You're
It's
good.
just that news came in about Lindsey Graham, and I was like, holy crap.
So yeah, on a functional level, as far as making money and all that, it's great news for us. Who cares if it's humans or if it's AI that pumps the, you know, if you want to get all like crazy with it, you can, you know, worry about the split. I'm not really worried about that at all. But it is kind of interesting that if crypto didn't exist right now, AI would have a choke point that it would need to figure out. And this would probably be the point where crypto would get figured out. You know what I mean? It's like if it hadn't happened, it would probably be happening now because it answers every problem, right? And one of the like freakier things that when I was going into it is I started really doing the pros and cons. And everything that makes it hard for us makes it easier for AI to use. It is almost as if it was developed with the intention of machine-to-machine payments. And then when you go into the whole governance part, right? Because if AI is just going to be better accumulators, then that means they're going to have majority votes. Not only majority votes, but if they don't have to take time out of their day to vote, that means they're voting on every single proposal, which means that they're going to have a controlling vote on basically how this all turns out.
So what do you see? What do you see the anti AI community is just a bump in the road to that? That's why you're like maybe 85% sure, because it's definitely going to take a toll, man. Because the anti AI sentiment is building fast,
I
like
mean, it's like
super
everything
fast.
else, bro. If it's not AI, it's, whatever. If it's not AI, it's taking the jobs. It's Mexican taking the jobs. If it's not Mexicans taking the jobs, it's those Italians taking the jobs. If it's not them, it's the, you know what I mean? Like ever since, whenever a workforce comes in, you get this all the way back in
Dude,
New York
I
to Ellis
understand,
Island. You know what I mean?
but no other scary thing has ever introduced the concept of you getting in the discussion of UBI, universal basic income. None of them, universal basic income is never mentioned in those conversations of automation or whatever, the internet or typewriters. None of it
Well, because
was
they needed
discussed about.
humans. Yeah, I mean that's.
That's why it's different this time. It's completely different. It's not even apples and oranges. It's
Well, it's
apples and
different because it's not a human, but it's actually less to complain about because you're actually getting something back. In the other arguments, people believed that this new technology or this new workforce was literally stealing their jobs, and like, no, it was just they were better at doing jobs that you wanted too much money to do, right? Or you just weren't built to do. But like with typewriters, like yeah, maybe it put people who put shorthand, people who took shorthand dictation or whatever, probably put them out of work, and they blamed the typewriters for it, but they never got a UBI check for it. They just lost their jobs. Like at
yeah, but
least, it's one of those things where like even the people that are anti AI, that are super anti AI, will still end up getting that check.
oh, I know. Yes. Yeah, that's the fundamental problem. And then after they're comfortable and then they're not worried about feeding their family, they might chill out a little bit and go, this is not that bad.
Yeah. I mean, I
But
understand, bro. How many years of watching, sci-fi, it never ends well. And if that's sort of where your curiosity stops, then,
I
people.
guess what I'm saying, people are really going to have to search. Okay, so what I'm saying is the transition is harder to transition this time. Um, and what I mean by
Excuse me.
that is that it's not just something that takes busy office work or calculations or legal work or whatever.
Everything.
Once they're uploaded to bots, dude, those droids are going to be underneath your house fixing your plumbing. I know it doesn't. It sounds ridiculous, but at the speed it's increased since COVID, like probably within 20 years, robots dynamically will be able to go into any home and fix a situation that they've never been taught to fix. Meaning that it'll analyze the situation, it'll infer, and then it'll just fix. And all these blue collar workers going making all these memes and stuff online about you software developers, you were telling us to code during COVID, learn to code. And I'm like, you're naive because it's coming after your job too.
Have I told you, I don't know if you were here when I talked about it, but have I told you about my Revenge of the Worker scenario?
No, no, but no. Well,
All right.
maybe, but go, I
So
want to hear it.
so check this out. So and I've given it some thought and I've been watching it sort of play out. So think of it like a pyramid, right? And you've got your manual laborers at the bottom, right? These are people actually working with their hands that you need dexterity and you know what I mean? Then above it, you have your office workers. These are people who make money by pressing buttons on a computer. You can put us in there, you can put, then you have the middle managers that watch the people that press buttons on computers. And then you have the bosses, then you have the owners, right? So the level that's being eroded right now is this level. People that make money by pressing buttons on computers, right? Because you can get AI to press every button in every possible way that you need to get, So this section is becoming replaced, right? And middle management is having these guys train their replacements. I got 2 letters and DMs from somebody that works in like a corporate job, and they received the email that says that their company is going AI only, and that all output needs to be put through AI and there to show their work and that. So basically, middle management is having this layer train the AI to replace them, right? But once this layer is replaced, then what are you managing? So these guys are next, whether they know it or not, right? Because once that layer of workers has been replaced, you don't need middle management.
Can I tell you what I do for a
But
living? It's
hold
like a
on,
high.
hold on for a second. I'll
Okay,
finish real
okay,
quick.
okay.
Then you get the boss. The boss is not the owner. The boss is the guy who deals with middle management and deals with these guys so that the owner doesn't have to. The boss is next. Boss is gone. Boss is code that the owner approves every once in a while. Then you get the owner and the workers. And a good owner that listens to AI, the AI is going to say the workers are the ones that make you money. You've never paid them enough. Don't replace them. We'll do the rest of the work. Pay them what they deserve. And the workers win at the end. Utopian, maybe, but logical, I like to think.
I mean, they are the last to be taken out, so they win for a certain amount of time. As soon as you have 5-finger dexterity, dude, it's over with. It's done.
I think eventually a equilibrium will be met where the need to cut payments or to save money on people who do manual labor or service labor because of the money that's being saved everywhere else is a smaller benefit than the benefit of not having unemployed people trying to break into your Bentley at the stoplight when you're leaving the
Oh no,
opera.
I get
You know what I mean? Like, I think that
dude.
I think and maybe I'm just being, optimistic, but I think that there's enough cost saving in middle management and in sort of office work to where, I mean, you're just making so much money hand over fist. Like, what, are you just going to put everybody out of work? You know?
Was it you that I was talking about? We were trying to figure out what bourgeoisie meant.
No.
Okay, well, there's stuck-up people that are in the elite, and they tilt
Yeah,
their
they were
nose
the
up.
French higher class. Yeah.
Yes, and but then maybe we talked about it on this, but communism also calls them the bourgeoisie, and then the plebs are the proletariat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the bourgeoisie will always do enough to prevent rebellion. It doesn't always work that way because in France, obviously they cut the head off of their leaders and rebelled and stuff like that. But
Didn't
that's
end
just
well.
because they
Yeah.
didn't know what. Yeah, they didn't know what they were doing. But if they're intelligent about it, they do just enough for you to bitch on social media and complain about your status in life, but not enough to pull the trigger and start burning stuff.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. I think like that's kind
You
of
don't have to worry
utopian.
about the office workers coming to, like, really, you have to worry about the plumbers and the
Yeah.
and the construction workers and the firemen, and yet those are the ones you have to worry about coming for their check.
But I can't, I hate name dropping them because it makes me look like I'm a fanboy and I just neutral. But I kind of believe in the Elon theory. It's going to get to the point where the cost of living will be so low that your
Yeah.
universal basic income check will go a lot further because people can't visualize it right now. If you get $3,500 a month for whatever the number is going to be, that sounds like peanuts right now. But what if everything is cheaper because everything's automated without overhead? You
hmm
know, I feel that there's going to be somewhere of a middle ground in there. I just I just think that we're already starting to see signs where states want to be they want to be an AI free sanctuary. So there'll be some states that you can go to and be a plumber and be a coder and whatever, and their economy will be minimal because they won't be able to keep up with everything that's running 24/7.
Yeah, I was
But
about to
maybe you
say,
could build a little
we'll go
community.
to those
Maybe you
states
could.
and see what the past used to look like. They'd be like, be like, go back in time.
But I mean, like the Iranians do it, man. We've had sanctions on them forever, and they still manage to live decent lives.
Of course.
You know, not obviously they can't talk crap about their government, and there's certain freedoms they don't have, but generally they figured out a way how to adapt within their little bubble, their little world. And maybe states can do that. Maybe they find a way to barter and they just stay self-sufficient. I don't know, but I the amount of anti-AI stuff that I see today, man, with the data center stuff, which is totally overblown, by the way, is just out of control. It's just completely like almost to the point where you see people literally saying stuff on social media that could get them arrested and they just don't care.
All worked up, bro. I told you, social media diet. The world would be better off if they just stayed off of it.
Yeah,
There's
like
like
they
literally nothing happening in their neighborhood. Like literally. Like you got people
yeah.
raging over shit that's not affecting them.
Yes. It's always
It's the
somebody said to me the other
craziest shit,
day,
bro.
like the people are more outraged than the victims themselves.
Always. Always. I get it though. For a long time it wasn't, and now people are overcompensating. Like we get it, yeah. But the whole argument is just crazy. If we were to play back this conversation in 10 years, it would sound so crazy, bro. Not like us particularly, but just the fact that this is even a conversation.
Yeah.
Like states wanting to protect themselves, like, bro. The fear of technology. And I mean, even though, yeah, this time is different, it's always been the same thing. People left the city in droves when they got electrified. They were scared of their houses burning down and shit, moved out into the woods, lived by candlelight until they finally came around to the luxury of electricity. You know what I mean? Like it's always,
Yeah. No, it's
and you had it. You had people saying, this is going to be the end of the world. The huge fires, and then I don't know. There's always some truth to it, but like, what do we do, bro? Just not evolve?
that's my stance. Is you got to move forward, man. And if the big money is showing a template of how that works, and you see it progressing, you've got to get on the train. Fighting it, I guess you could fight it, and you can hold your moral ground, and you could, like you said, sit in your hut with candles and
Great,
a little
congrats.
stove. But like that middle management thing you were saying, so that's what's happening to me. So I'm in what they call an individual contributor. So there's two paths in corporate world. You probably know this, but just there's individual contributor, which is an IC, and then there's management. So what they're doing now is they're changing the definition of the IC and saying that you will be a manager, but it's not a people.
Mm.
And so now I'm managing systems. I'm managing. I don't want to say I'm managing agents because it's not that direct.
Yeah.
It's managing systems that so happen to have agents in them. And you're right. If I keep on recording my sessions or allowing it to keep context, it's eventually over the next year and a half is going to figure out that, oh, there's a pattern here. I don't need him to keep telling me to do these things.
Yep. Or maybe there's 1 or 2 instances where you do need a human, but you can get one person to do the work of the entire business
Yep.
because it
Yep.
happens so less frequently than
And
yeah.
the SEC, the Food and Drug Administration, the European Union is already saying, yes, we understand that you'll replace people, but they're trying to think and write up laws and regulations that there always needs to be a human in the pipeline.
All right, so hear me out, right? Aside from obviously nobody wants to be kept, you know, like you want to be able to make your own but let's assume that there's no restriction on you making as much money as you possibly can, right? And let's assume AI does take all the jobs. If you get paid for it with UBI, now again, if it's not peanuts, you know, like what is that really so bad? Like, I'm sure if you just absolutely love being a librarian, or if you absolutely love being a plumber, or if you love being a race car driver, I mean, maybe there'll always be a place for a human that, you know, somewhere. But you could always just do that as a hobby. Like there's gonna be a bunch of bored humans with tons of money. Like, trust me, the hobby sort of market is gonna be blown wide open. Like I think a part of it, maybe I'm speaking out of school, but I think part of it is that humans are terrified to sit and think for a second, what would I do if I didn't have to work? Because then you got to sit and figure out who you are, what you like. You know what I mean? Like, we've been so conditioned to not have the luxury to do that until retirement, or unless you're born from a certain family, or, you know, like, okay, cool. I would, you know, the whole like, I just want to be a dancer. Like, yeah, cool. Take your ass to college, get a job, and you can dance on the weekends or some shit. But the point is, we don't ever think like that, right? But now it's like you're forced to. Okay, what if? What if you didn't have to go back to work?
You're right, dude. But it's weird, like when you work in a job where I'm not saying I use my brain more than a plumber, because I can tell you right now, when I go and fix my own plumbing, I get
Tell
it
me
done.
about
But
it.
it's yeah, I break shit, but
Yeah.
I break less shit at work. So I would say that maybe in times plumbing can be more intellectually challenging than what I do. But generally speaking, um, I don't feel like I'm a caveman surviving, like I'm not shooting a deer to put food on my table. And so like I feel I miss the sense of like physical a physical act happening, and then you get some result from it. Not just sitting there with my little fingers
Mhm.
typing a bunch of instructions all day. So
That's why you see
but
a
the
lot of
reason
tech guys do a lot of physical shit
Yes, dude. Why do you think
yeah,
I'm
for
making medieval
hobbies.
wood, medieval furniture?
Yeah.
Like, because it takes my passion, and but then it allows me, all my disposable income allowed me to buy really expensive equipment, and I die. I like the minute 5 o'clock comes around, man, I'm running out to the shop, and I turn on your stream, and I still participate, and I got my little microphone on my mouth when I'm walking around the shop and still talking to the channel and learning from you. But I'm still busy, like,
Doing
doing
shit.
physical stuff, because
Yeah.
I'm so tired of sitting here staring at the screen or whatever.
Yeah, that's
So
cool.
what
You
would
saw I feel exactly the same way. I've always been I come from like a family of like people who've been into service. And my grandfather was a pastor. My grandmother was like a missionary in South America. Like I come from that, which is interesting how I ended up like sort of doing the channel and doing, because in a roundabout way, it's like a similar thing. But yeah, it would be service. It would be some sort of volunteering and creating. Like literally, if I didn't have any responsibilities, right? If I didn't have grandma to take care of, and I had just FU money, like forever, ever, that would last forever, ever, ever, no matter what happened, I would just travel the world and paint. Literally, be in a different country every week, just writing on the wall like a kid. And then doing like, you know what I mean, in each country doing some sort of project.
I mean, you're creating your own world, man. And I think, like trading a currency, in this case, crypto, that's definitely rewarding. And you have a motivation and incentive to do so. Um, but like, dude, I literally feel like I'm a slave. And if I say that to anybody who's lower class than me, they're like, "Oh, you poor baby in your tech job. You feel like a slave." Dude, it doesn't matter what status you're in life. You could still feel like a slave. You can
Get out
kill
of there, bro.
humans.
The more I hear you talk about it, the more I feel like that shit is just soul sucking for you.
Dude, it is. Why do you think I'm building a business? Dude, I've already
Yeah.
gotten so much I have so many clients that want my stuff and I can't even produce it because I still have to feed my family. I I'm going the Mark Cuban route. Build your business before you quit your job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you.
Don't,
Yeah, you need to be
some
out in the
hopes and
woods
dreams.
somewhere, bro. Doing a live stream of you chopping some shit up, and you know what I mean? Like, think your happy place is in the workshop.
I mean, you saw my door, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like somebody wants me to do that door for them for like 35 grand.
You're right, though. I am trying to build the perfect world for me, but I literally think that that's exactly what everybody should do. Like, everybody needs to try to curate the perfect, and I feel like that's what everybody does, even maybe subconsciously, which is why, like, I appreciate the community the way I do because, like, you guys have voluntarily included this in your world. You know what I mean? But to me, this is my world, and but like, you guys chose to make it part of yours, and I think that's dope.
I mean, you could have some people in your community that may not like what you're doing, and you may reflect on it and go, "Oh, I could bend a little bit because it may
Hmm.
make sense." But you don't have to bend because your boss says that you have to do this, or you need to take some
No,
DEI
I get
training
I get what
class,
you
or
mean. There's like, yeah, there's a level of freedom. So yeah, no, I know what you mean. I'm really not good, and I tried it, bro. I'm just really not good in that sort of environment. Don't play well with others when they like throw their weight around and shit. And I know you feel the same way, so
oh, dude, I can't. Again, I look at my children and I look at, um, college is crazy as expensive, and I'm not even convinced that that's the route that they should take. But they don't. We're in that transition period where we're not sure if college is going to be useful or not. So you just kind of like got to follow the path, right? And so I don't want to fail them. So I quit tomorrow, and you know, dude, the only reason why I haven't quit is because health insurance. I get it free from work, literally free. Not deduct, not like a my premiums are paid 100%. I have a high deductible, but that's only if you get sick. I can't replace that. I could replace my salary, but I can't replace the benefits. So
it's
it's just
crazy,
like,
right?
what do I do, right? Like
No, it's nuts. I know what you mean. So many people are in that same scenario too, where it's like happiness or health.
Yep.
And
And
then
help
like
of
that's gonna
others,
all your happiness is gonna be gone the second you can't handle some health issues. So it's like, ugh.
and like help for others. Like for me, I could go live in a cardboard box as long as I have my PC with me or support
That's,
network, please.
that's like
You know what I'm saying? But
your
I'm saying if I had
your
to take
PC
one
and
item,
something to defend your PC, hopefully, because you're like in a cardboard
yeah.
box.
But I'm the one who brought them into this world with the big house and the out in the middle of nowhere where no one bothers us, et cetera, and spoiled the shit out of them. and then just to go, oh, I don't feel like going into work anymore. Screw this. More power to the people. And then they're looking at me like, what the hell, Dad?
Hi, Issa. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, I was looking at that story, that New York story.
That's why I envy you, dude. Not. I mean, obviously you're a seasoned trader, but the fact that you're building your own system on your own with no pressure, like you're not like we don't know what your pressures are. You probably handle it really well. Maybe you're about to collapse. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like you are controlling your own destiny, and I just
I'm
love that.
trying to,
Me,
man.
I don't want to do a crypto business, but I do want to be independent and not have to rely on the system or whatever.
Yeah. No, I fully believe that the next 10, 20 years belong to creatives. But we got to have the money to be able to, the time to create, right? So,
Yeah, that's what I would love, dude. Universal basic income. 'Cause I just would create all day and sell my stuff. I don't know. You probably heard this, but there's been a few reports out because I love how you're saying that you're on the edge and you're not really sure that like this is how you think you're trying to you're not really predicting, you're just following the steps of like precedent and like the way things are going.
yeah.
But people are saying that content creation really is going to be, because with people who have universal basic income and they have some sort of input output device, and they're going to be watching content all day to decide what they're going to do next or motivate them or whatever. And if you're not only a business owner and you're making something physical or digital, and you show off that like in some content form, that is going to be the future, which I think is adjacent to what you just said with creators.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about create. It really is. Like, you're going to burn through all the generic AI shit soon. People are going to get super just played out with. I'm not talking about AI generated content. I'm talking about AI conceived content. Right? Something that comes out of an AI mind. Like, there's never any hot take, right? There's no like special angle to it. There's no depth to it. And I think that's what people will sort of reject after a while. And then the human aspect will have a premium. It's like, look at some of the models that are out right now that are actually making money. Like, they're not perfect, right? It's almost like the perfect looking human has lost value because everybody assumes that it's AI now. Right. So there's
Yeah.
value in the imperfection that AI would never. I mean, to the point where people are coding their AIs to drop their influencer videos with somebody with a scar, or maybe somebody who hasn't shaved, or you know what I mean? Like, they're falling off of that perfection thing because the imperfection is the proof of humanity at this point.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that it falls into that whole canny versus uncanny thing. And I try to deliberately, when I'm generating content, I deliberately try to inject imperfection. And I think that goes with creative mind. I don't like seeing it myself when things are so perfect that I have to write some pretty clever prompts just to introduce noise.
Yeah.
That's why I love when I gave, and I didn't really care about the data, this privacy part of it. That's why I gave an agent um, access to all my emails corresponding with different people, not work, but personal and business related stuff, going all the way back to like 2010. So now when it writes an email, man, it uses like, it's not necessarily bad grammar, but it's very elementary grammar. I speak very simply. And so I tell it, write an email like that and then cross check it feedback loop, come back in and see if it actually sounded like that. And then my canned answers to people don't sound like an agent. They sound like me. And it's
Yeah.
kind of weird, dude, because it was really hard to do that with like GPT 3.5, with no memory and losing context all the time and no ability to train.
What I did was my file that's in my voice, or when I do the deep dives, I speak them out instead of typing them, so that you get the natural language in there, and then it learns my pauses and my cadence. But I don't
Yeah,
like it. I don't. I can still tell the output um when I don't specifically provide the script. Like, I think that's what the difference is. If you're just giving your AI like 3 or 4 talking points and be like, here, drop me 20 minutes of script, like, how much of that is really, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, you don't know what's in there. You don't. So I let AI do the work when it comes to pulling all the research together. But the value comes in the perspective, right? And the perspective comes from the experience. So if you're a content creator and you're giving the perspective part up to AI, then you're doing the same thing everybody else is doing. You're training it to replace you. Because what the hell do we need you for if the AI can give us, an equal take or equal hot take? Or like, the whole point is that the perspective should give you an early angle on something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I use a local model because I can't afford. So I get, like I said, I get free tokens at work. It's not even free tokens. They just turn off the counter. It's like they don't even. I'm sure they're keeping the counter somewhere, but they don't like charge our org or whatever. But I don't want my traffic going on their servers, and then they do get an audit 6 months from now and go, oh, Jake, I saw that you were not using the tokens for work. You were using it for making Viking videos. What's up with that? I'm gonna be like, sorry, like what? But like I do have an agent on, it's GLM 5.2, and I have it running on a PC that's in my shop actually. That's not even anywhere physically near me, and it just churns all the time, man, and does
Yo, what
summaries for me
if
in the morning.
so you know how people have gotten into issues with building their businesses from work computers, and then the corporations taking intellectual property because of it, because it was used on
Yep.
their so like, that's a whole can of worms that I never thought about with tokens.
Yeah, dude,
If the
you're already
tokens
seeing.
they provide you use to develop some amazing shit, and they can prove, you know what I mean?
So here's the atmosphere, and what I'm going to tell you is not going to be new to you. I mean, you probably already know what I'm going to say, but so there's two things happening right now. They want people, regardless of if it's personal or if it's for work, to get familiar with having agentic workflows. So they're tolerating people making Pikachu videos on TikTok
Mm-hmm.
with their tokens because at least you're learning some sort of workflow. That is going to run out. And it's going to get to a point where they're like, okay, playtime is over with. Let's start to see the money, right?
Yeah.
That's the first step. The second step that kind of counters it is that in the corporate tech world, and at least at the company I work for, they encourage moonlighting. Like they want you to press harder on your own time, even if you're using a company laptop. Because if any time that they feel that you're benefiting from their resources, they can always use Get IT to look at what you're doing.
Yep.
They don't care. What they want you to do is to create something special. So when you quit they could turn around and buy your company. And you see that all the time from ex-employees. They're always quitting after all the knowledge they've gotten and using all the resources and copied a bunch of code or the concepts of patterns or whatever and did it on, like, on the edge of legal boundaries, turned around and went out and made some medical company and then or medical imaging company and turned around and sold it right back to Microsoft. So
Crazy.
it's like you understand, it's like a weird relationship. Like if you went and like copied all of Microsoft's products and started just doing one-to-one copies, that's a different story. But they do encourage entrepreneurship and you branching out because they always manage to pull you back in, and if not as an employee, but make you some great offer. But I do believe that the playtime is going to be over soon. The tokens are just way too expensive, and we even make jokes about it at work, man. We're like we're gonna come into work one day and it's gonna be like, now it's an employee benefit that you only get $1,500 a year in tokens or something. Like we're all making these like memes and jokes at work because it's not sustainable. I think there's like some statistic came out about Meta just the other day, how they used $2.2 billion worth of tokens to do something like 1.5 billion worth of employee costs to do the same things. So it's not even paying off. They're literally going into the red using AI, which is total counter to the philosophy of agentic workflows and automation and time saving. And
I saw
I'm sure that
I saw probably the most convincing, not even convincing, right? But the most tolerable anti-AI argument the other day. And it's because of how it was presented, right? It wasn't like all spooky. It was like AI is a bubble and it's gonna pop because it does nothing. And I was like, oh, what do you like? Okay, that was the clickbait that got me to, you know what I mean? I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean it does nothing, right? So then you go into it and he's like, look, every other business model, every other business that has a good business model charges for service, right? They offer the product and then they charge you for the service. This token model, he said, I believe that they use the token model because they apparently have no idea what it does. Like the whole point is to get us to figure out what it does, make something great, they make a greater version and then charge for it. You know what I mean? Like in other words, if you really believed that this could start a $1 billion business or take somebody's $2 million business and turn it into a $200 billion business, then that's the service you would offer. Right? You would do that and then you would take a percentage for it and then you would retire rich. So you're obviously not as confident as what you sell. You know it's good, right? You know it's going to help with things, but it was just an interesting argument. It's true. Like the whole token model is kind of weird.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's kind of funny that crypto called it tokens and now their AI is calling it tokens. It's like it's kind of fundamentally the same kind of idea.
It was
It's
like the argument I made today. It's like it almost feels like we were beta testers for something that was never meant for us. Now, does that mean we can't? No, it means we're in a great place because if that's true, and this side of the economy, the digital economy, is going to go absolutely nuts, and there's no reason we can't benefit from it. But it does sort of seem like this was the end game all along, because without it, it's impossible. Like without it, the economy we're about to go into is literally impossible. It almost needed to be created before the digital economy itself even was fully fleshed out. I mean, the idea of machine-to-machine transactions isn't a new thing.
I just kind of feel bad for people that, I don't know, maybe this is just the soft side of me, but I'm not talking about the ones that are flat out rejecting AI. I'm talking about the ones that are generally curious, but they're so busy in their life feeding their family that literally don't have the cycles or the disposable income. Like, you're not going to start a business with $20 OpenAI Chat GPT account. You're going to run out of tokens way too fast. But it's enough to get started.
Yeah.
But then they don't have enough disposable income to spend the $250 a month. And they're just going to capitulate, and they're just going to be like, well, you know, I and I'm going to feed my family. And I just don't feel like it's accessible, even though you might think, what are you talking about? There's so many open free models. There's local models or whatever. But then if you even do the local model, you have to have a really badass, expensive graphics card. So it's like, I kind of feel like there's a lot of people that they're not anti AI, but they're not totally seeing the picture. So they're literally going to get left behind. And it's going to just make the class gap larger.
That's why I even started doing any AI shit. I almost didn't. Like in the Discord. I almost didn't. Just because it's like, is it gonna split? You know, people aren't here for that. Are people gonna see it as preachy or pushy or whatever? But honestly, like I just don't want anybody getting left behind, bro. It makes no sense to like be so tuned in on one part and then just let something else like we're you know, we talk about missing the cusp of like not being here when Bitcoin first launched. Well, now you're on the cusp of the AI shit. So it's one of those
It's
moments
funny
where
because
you have to, because nobody was, if you were here when Bitcoin first came out, it wasn't like it was a sure thing and everybody was like all happy about it. And, you know, it was a chance. You were taking a chance on something new that was revolutionary. And we didn't even have the evidence that we have with, you know, AI gives you immediate evidence. We had to have some faith for a long time with Bitcoin.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like it's definitely not without its controversy too, because I remember those days when Bitcoin came out, the amount of arguments and crap that were happening online, and again here we are with AI stuff, the amount of people that are just losing their absolute shit trying to, you know, call everything is slop, no matter how good a quality is. Because they're already predetermined, they're already pre-decided to hate it, so they just call everything slop no matter what. and and they're not, and I can remember during when Bitcoin was first starting, it's just like, oh, you're gambling with something that you know has no value, blah blah blah, and it's like I feel the same amount of like contention and division is the same.
It's just dumb, bro. It's like I said, just even having this conversation is gonna sound crazy in the future. It's gonna like we're arguing about like electricity haters or something. Like it's just gonna be the weirdest thing in the world to
Yeah.
listen to. Hey, future people, just know that we understand how ridiculous this sounds now in real time, but it is what it is. Touch your nose, Steph. UK market makers coming in. It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, that's another thing, dude, is I kind of take it for granted that we're at this time because you imagine you're sitting around, um, I don't know, on your horse and buggy, and there was a newspaper guy running around, and he said that Thomas Edison created the light bulb. Like, I know it's not exactly the same thing, but like, I always wonder what was going through those people's minds of coming from the dark and going into the light.
It is in a way, though, if you think about it, though, because like you have two shops. One shop owner don't trust the light. It's like this thing, electricity. You know, at the time they were showing, they were like literally taking live things and electrocuting them to show the current that was going through people's houses to scare them. Like, look, this is what happens. I don't know if it was the candle people, somebody,
Candle people.
somebody put some money up to, but so you get shop A, like, we gonna stick with candles for a while. Shop B is like more light, cool, more working hours. I can get projects done quicker, more effectively. There's people in the store all night long, open 24 hours now, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, you can, I mean, there's a cost. Right? Hesitation comes with a cost. Now, moving too early, being an early adopter, too much of an early adopter also comes with a cost. But either you adapt or you get rolled over, bro.
Yeah, like I think it's okay to be in a transitory position for um as long as you have some sort of revenue coming in, it's okay to be transitory. You need to get out of it at some point, but I don't know how long you can be in both worlds at the same time. We'll find out. But I'm glad I'm in both instead of just one or the other. That's funny though. You brought up the candle people. That's kind of like I was reading today. I think it was on like my Google News or something feed, and it was talking about the numbers are out for uh, uh, what are those things called the kids are using to smoke? Oh my God, why am I blanking right now? Um, what are
It's
the
probably the
things that
most
everybody's
boomer thing I've ever heard you say. You
dude?
talking about
What in the
vapes?
hell? Yeah, vapes.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
I haven't touched a vape yet, at least. That
That's
it's
funny.
out. It's out. 1 in 5 are gonna have permanent lung damage or whatever. And then because I looked at that, I read that article and clicked on it. Then like a few hours later, I refreshed my page and it's talking about how the cigarette industry is putting out not necessarily false news, but exaggerating the results of the vapes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, well, you would have thought that the cigarette companies would have already transitioned to vapes, but I guess they haven't. Like, not all of them have. Some
They've
of them
got
still do.
departments. Most of them have departments, but yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with all these tobacco farms and 50-year deals that you made with farms? Like you're locked in. They'll probably phase out. It's already not cool. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's the most amazing sort of. You think about it. 10 years ago, roughly about 10 years ago, is when it sort of became uncool to be seen with a cigarette in public, right? Our kids are like, mom, you gotta stop smoking, from all the commercials and shit, right?
Yeah.
And then we had about what, like 5 years where smoking wasn't cool until the vapes came out, and they got them right back. It was pretty amazing to see the turnaround.
I just it totally flipped my brain because I was like telling the kids like don't don't do this, not because I'm your parent telling you not to smoke or whatever. Just I didn't say I'd rather you smoke, but I was just like, you have no need for this. If you want a way to release stress or whatever, let's go on a trip. I don't know. I just said, come to me, talk to me, and I was so anti vape because all these like the different flavors are making kids sick and blah blah blah. And I'm like thinking, is it really? Who's putting out that information? And it just gets you thinking, dude, that the information that you get is not always righteous. It always has, it seems like in a capitalistic society, there's always somebody that's pushing the opposite agenda. And I know you're probably thinking, well, duh, but it just seems so blatant and so obvious
It comes
anymore.
down to discernment, bro. Like I don't have any kids, but if I did have a kid, the one thing that I would try to instill with them over everything else, over good or bad, just discernment, right? The power of discernment. Because anything I tell you now is going to be different by the time you have to use it. Right? Any hard fast, you know how I am with crypto. I don't like those hard fast rules for the most part. And it's because the cycle always changes, you know? And that's sort of like how life is. So like all I hope is that my grandpa told me this once because he always like, you know, I was raised with the best of the best morals, right? There was no failing when it came to that. My failing was I couldn't afford the shit I wanted. And I didn't want to wait. So I did stupid shit. You know what I mean? But my grandpa told me once, he was like, 'cause I was like, you know, I know you were disappointed because I ended up, you know, doing stupid shit, da da da. And he goes, no, because we never found out. Like, well, damn, does that mean I lied to you? And he's no, it means you knew you were doing wrong, but you kept it from us because, you know, you had respect for us. And that shows discernment. That means that even when you were doing stupid shit, you were probably making the best decision that you could make at that moment. And that's what I think is important, right? Being able to discern, like being able to see something and be like, okay, that sounds a little much, you know, and then being able to trust your own sort of instinct on those things because yeah. So yeah, it's bad. Yes, vaping is bad. Like I stopped vaping because I would lay down at night and I would hear gurgling in my freaking chest.
Oh, geez.
But when they start running these crazy commercials and then you have to look to see and it's like, well, it's, you know, cigarette companies that are doing it or whatever. It's like, okay, you guys, you're stoking the fear. Right? I still think cigarettes are worse. But I think that vapes are bad because people assume that they're not harmful at all. And I've seen how people smoke vapes. They don't smoke vapes like they smoke cigarettes. It's like a breathing apparatus. No, literally, like if you take
So
it from them,
true,
they
dude,
short
man.
circuit. Like they start, where's my vape? You seen my vape? It was just right here.
Yeah,
Like,
dude.
bro, seriously,
It's
you
kind of
gotta
reminds me of like
relax.
it reminds me of like the small, you know, the small potato chip bags. You think and you're like, well, let's buy the little potato chip bag because I'll eat less. No, you just buy more potato chip
Yeah.
bags. Yeah, that's such a good point. It's exactly what happens, dude.
But I feel them, bro. Like if you're not stressed out in 2026, and it's not even a money thing, but if you're not at least a little bit anxious and stressed out, where you feel like you need to reach for something to sort of take the edge off of that. But like you're 13, you gotta relax. You know what I mean? Like if you're having trouble now, you don't have no bills,
Yeah, dude. I
no
think the
problems in
kids.
life. Like, come on.
I think the kids, they're, you know, they're so, you know, it goes right back to this social media thing about taking a break or whatever. But social media is almost like it's kind of almost like a dismissal word in the sense, like you could literally just have a news feed that's not social media and still get overwhelmed. And like, it's not technically, it's just a digital newspaper. But the problem is, it always links to some other freaking agenda, every link you click on or whatever. But I feel like the kids that are informed are the ones that are the most stressed out because they see the world the way it is and not the way it should be, and they just get overwhelmed. Like I constantly have to tell my kids, it's like I try to make them feel better. And this is gonna sound really lame, dude, but I go, you guys can see the world that's blowing up, but you didn't live through having to worry about seeing a mushroom cloud off in the distance. And
It
I
might not
grew
be
up
helping. You just freak them
and
out
I'm like,
before bed, you know?
yeah, but like I was trying to tell them that that every generation has its worries and fears over things that you cannot control. And when the Cold War was ramping up, and you know, there was the red button, and Putin, not Putin, but Gorbachev could push his button, and Reagan could push his button, and you were like, look, we're just peons in the middle of all of this conflict. And they feel today that they're just peons in the middle of all of this conflict. And the point I was trying to make is that I grew up in fear, but it wasn't overwhelming where I didn't enjoy my childhood. And so that's what I'm trying to tell them, that you look, if a nuke goes off, there's nothing you can be able to do. There's nothing, just live your life and be happy. And ever since I told them that, it's changed their perspective, because they're like, Dad, I see all these AI videos of the 80s and the 90s, and as kids, you guys would go drive a ramp in the middle of the street and off your bike and rip the skin off your elbows, and you'd go hang out on boxcars and ride trains without getting in trouble or getting hurt. And like, if you do that today, you know, like they thought that we lived in utopia just by looking at these nostalgic videos, because they're all like, they do look really cool, you know. But I said it wasn't like that. There was always this overwhelming thing that could happen that was out of your control. And I was just trying, you guys aren't alone. This is not anything new. And for some reason that made them feel better.
You know how many times I almost died? Like before I was 18, just doing stupid shit. Like that is not utopia. It's by the grace of God we made it to this age. But I remember the go outside and don't come back until the street lights are on era. In New York City, go run around New York City until it gets dark. Like,
that's crazy, man.
And it was just common. It was so common that literally you never you never for 1 second worried that your friends weren't going to be outside. Like, where else would they be? Like, everybody's outside.
Nowadays, dude, if you see like a 13-year-old girl walking on the side of the street, like especially in like rural areas, you're like, what the hell? It's odd. It feels weird. And I don't want to pull over as a middle-aged man and
Nah, you
make her
probably
ride,
shouldn't.
because
Nah, that's
but
not
you know what I'm
gonna.
saying,
Yeah.
But
Don't
I
do
have a
that.
daughter, so when I see that, I'm like, that's someone's daughter.
But then think of what you were doing at 13 too.
Yeah, but it was acceptable then. Like,
And we had crazies. We knew the crazies.
school,
You remember that house that we stayed away from? Man, nobody knew exactly why you stayed away, but you just knew, you stay away from that one over there in that corner. I don't know.
Like, my wife won't let my daughter go hang out after school without her turning on her tracker on her phone. It's great. I mean, dude, there's just so many freaking random, dude, I live in the Pacific Northwest, where we created some of the worst serial killers of all time. So it's like, around here, you just do not let, especially the weak, walk around alone.
There was a this is funny you talk about trackers. There was one of the times that I'd be allowed to go out if it was past a certain time. Well, because you get to the age where they can't really, so you make deals with your parents and shit. But there was a store, the corner store, where we all hung out, where we should not have been hanging out. There was a payphone, and that was the neighborhood like tracker. Like, when that phone rang 9 times out of 10, it was one of our mothers. Hey,
Oh yeah.
is put Tony on the phone. Tony, your mom.
Damn.
And it was like, it was like, that's how you kept track. I mean, there were cell phones at the time, but none of us had them. We were a bunch of ghetto kids. I mean, we weren't walking around with freaking, what were they? At the time, it was like StarTacs.
Yeah.
You remember, we were already like, you were past the big brick ones. My first cell phone was a StarTac. And I was probably too young to have it, but again, just the pressure of everybody. I remember that phone and my beeper got me expelled from a school, and my mom was dating this dude, so she was living in Georgia, and I went and did summer school with them because I went to stay. So I did summer school in like the local school, and I was coming right out of Brooklyn. This was, I can't even remember what grade. Already old enough for a city kid to have a phone and a freaking pager, right? But at this school, drug dealer, 1000%.
Yep.
Bro, they took me to the principal's office. They're like, look, we're not putting up with any of that shit around here. I don't know how they do stuff in New York City. I'm like, what are you talking about? Nah, the teacher saw your pager and your cell phone. Like, and? Like, what are we doing? Mom had to come get that shit. It was hilarious.
Yeah, dude, it kind of reminds me of, I always reference David Chappelle, but he's like, well, you've got a cop's uniform on, but I'm not a police officer. Well, you dress like a.
They're just
like,
wild. This is too much like after school specials, bro. It's like, but it was funny. That was my first culture shock. Bro, I met, like, I did not. Okay, so yeah, racism everywhere, right? But boy, was I unprepared for small town Southern Georgia racism, bro. And that's not a blanket statement. I'm speaking only of my experience.
dude, it's a different
And it
world.
came from both sides. Because being mixed, it was interesting on both sides. I heard some of the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like to the point where I was like, this can't be real life. Like they're trolling me right now. It has to be.
Dude, I probably told you the story of like my one of my drill sergeants was deep South black dude. Like, and he was cool as shit, but he didn't like me. He looked at me and thought he's like you're he said something like you're blonde haired, blue eyed, and I know that you have a grandfather that was in the Third Reich or something like that. But like they're not supposed to do that. Like you weren't even you weren't even supposed to hit the soldiers, even though they did. I mean, they never hit me, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
he just flat out called me a freaking not like he just thought that I fit the profile of a Nazi. Like, and I wasn't even saying anything. I literally was a quiet private. Like I did everything that I was told to do. I was kicking butt, like physically doing everything that was asked of me. But I guess I just fit the part, and I didn't understand it, man. I was freaking 18 years old, and I didn't know where it was coming from, and then it almost made me be reverse racist because of it.
I'm gonna tell you. I'll give you two examples of how it came from both sides. And the funny thing is that both of these happened in the school bus. It's the most like the racist school bus or something. It's hilarious. And the worst things happen, right? These are just the ones that stick in my mind because they were kind of funny. Funny in like, did that really just happen? Sort of thing. A bus driver, one of my friends was outside, so I stuck my head out the window and I was like, hey, da 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 da. The bus driver goes, hey, boy. And it's like, oh, what happened? He said, get your head in that window. My bad, I'm just saying bye to whatever. He goes, the last one of you that stuck his head out the window, I was going too fast and his lips beat him to death. I don't want to go through that with you. I was like, what did he just say? Like, he really did I was like, huh? And then in that same school bus, there was this black girl that was in one of my classes. And we were talking and she's like, so told you I'm Puerto Rican and I'm black, you know, mixed. It's like, so your mama white and your daddy black, or is your daddy white and your mama black? Like, I told you I'm black and Puerto Rican. She's like, yeah, but so all of y'all speak a different language. Long story short, she was convinced that when a white person and a black person have a baby, that baby comes out speaking Spanish. No, I could not make this up. Like I'm remember I'm coming from New York City into this. Like this isn't like I'm like, what kind of movie did I just stumble into? I really thought this shit was just on TV. Like you see some of it exaggerated, and you know, like I'm used to regular like New York racism, you know. Like I'm not used to that like deep seated sort of like ignorant, like well marinated, just what the hell. Funny shit though. I'll always
Yeah,
remember the
dude.
look on that girl's face when I explained to her. Like just the look of confusion.
Yeah, dude, do you imagine growing up in a small town in like the Pacific Northwest and you maybe seen one black person your entire life, and then you go into the military and like 70% of the military population is at the time were minorities. Like I don't even know what the minorities ratio is today, but I'm just saying like at the time, um, and I'm minding my own business, I still automatically was kind of a target, and I kept an open mind, but I didn't know how to converse with them. I didn't speak cool like them. They were all relaxed and chill. And I'm just there, you know, at attention, just kind of being super serious and trying to just be a Boy Scout. So everybody saw me, I guess, as uptight or whatever. But um, I just probably put off this vibe um, like I would kind of like the people say, oh, if your cat was bigger, it would eat you. But they're super like harmless. Like I had some secret death touch or something. Um, and by the time I was out of the army, all that was out. Like I was,
The
dude, I was
army's got a
so
real good way to make all of that shit ridiculous. Yeah.
yeah,
Especially if
yeah,
you're going into combat and shit. Like it's like, what are we even talking about?
dude. That's why I get frustrated when I. That's why I get frustrated when I see racial discussions. It's like when I think about the 20 people that were in my platoon when I was in the Middle East, most of the guys that I could not stand that were what we would call shitbags, um, were the white guys. The ones that were the most competent and the most hard, like physically hardcore, were the Latina, Latino guys, and the ones that were in support, that they were the most um, squared away and would get you the stuff that you needed when you come back to garrison, were the Latina women. Like they're, I don't know if it was a cultural thing about taking care of people or that's what their parents raised them or whatever. Dude, that any stereotypes I had of Latinos completely got erased by the time I was out of the army. They were the like to this day they're on my Facebook and we joke and screw around. It's that's why I always like you remember you were saying I think you were saying it today or yesterday that you need to get out and you need to go travel.
Oh yeah.
If anything, dude, that's it. Just it's so neat to see other cultures and how they
You gotta get
interact.
out and see it's all bullshit, bro. It's really what it is. You gotta get out and see that everything you've been taught and all the preconceived notions and everything you have in your head is all bullshit. And don't stop traveling until you figure that out. You'll know you got there when you get there. Something about when your mind changes from being like regional, like more of a like, you know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't mean you forget about your regional issues, but you put them in context.
Absolutely, dude. That's why I get so frustrated with the. I mean, I don't know if we're declining as an empire or not, but like the stuff that people complain about here, man, is just crazy to me.
There is my letter. What up, Miss Ghost? What are y'all doing over there? A hubby couch. Yeah, that's where you got to sit there holding a purse, looking crazy. Here, you hold my purse. Give me your card. And then you sitting there with the other husbands, like, right? Am I right? Happy wife, happy life. Hey, it could be worse. You could leave her in the store with your card. Like, nah, I'll hold your. I'm here. I'll hold your purse. I got you. I'm sitting right here. Mm-hmm. They know the second you're ready to go, there's an issue. So they got to keep you happy while they try to sell her a bunch of stuff. It's cool though. We do what we gotta do.
The whole time we've been talking, man, I've been messing with 5.6 Soul, and I'm super impressed, man. I don't want to break your relationship with Claude, but
I don't. I'm
spend
not.
more time with it.
I mean, it doesn't matter really. I'm not really model agnostic.
So I had a trademark, and my trademark was abandoned. I just found out that I didn't file the paperwork in time to update it, and um, 5.6 just walked through everything for me and filled everything out and submitted it.
Nice.
I, I don't know if you've ever messed with a trademark, man. The paperwork is brutal.
Yeah. I'm actually looking forward to my taxes for the first time.
Like I said, dude, I had Claude 4.7 do my taxes this last year, and so far everything's everything's good. I don't know if that lasts for 7 more years, but what I did is I did Claude did it, and then I did it within the tax app that I used, and then I added like I don't know, it was like $70 for insurance. So if anything goes wrong, the I could get free audit protection or whatever where they would defend me. Well, I don't even know how that would work, but I'm not that worried, man. Everything looked good. If anything, it was probably to their favor more than it was to mine. I think the key is you got to know what you're looking at. You've had to do your taxes on your own a few times. You
Yeah.
shouldn't be someone who's never done taxes and then go, "Here, Claude, do my taxes."
Good idea. Like anything else,
But
right?
yeah.
Second week in a row that as soon as the psychological ranges come in, we just go down and we literally range around CME close. Like literally just couldn't be any more of the point of control of this area.
Man, I didn't even think that the people that bought those crazy ass expensive tickets at the UFC fight to just have two major, the co-main and the main end in the first round. How can you justify that kind of price of a ticket like that? That's just so crazy.
Like Tyson fights back in the day.
Yeah, that's exactly what it reminds me of. I think that's why, like my son called me. He was in
H
Vegas, and
behave. Good morning. What happened?
I was just saying, my son was like, he said, "Dad, I've never seen a UFC fight night like this before, or a UFC like this." And I go, "Son, you didn't grow up with Mike Tyson." I
Right.
go, we're like got scars from that stuff of being disappointed.
I mean, as a kid, I always liked to see it, but I also didn't pay $50 for the pay-per-view.
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing is it's on Paramount now. They made that deal to where if you already had a Paramount subscription, so you only pay like whatever your Paramount subscription is. But still, man, I mean, people like take that stuff seriously. Like they go to sports bars and all their friends come, or they have a, like you were saying, you were invited to something, they make a
Mhm.
big deal out of it.
Yeah, that's a fact, cause I never even used to consider, um, like when thinking about making somebody my girl, I never even used to consider how they are with money as a factor at all. And now it's like I feel like it says so much. Better said, how they are without money. And it's like, and that goes for both. I've seen it happen in both. Seen it where guys making good money and then he falls out of position for some reason, and then he's a totally different person. You know what I mean? Just salty all the time, and you know, obviously goes both ways. my boy, my boy used to say, "I want a girl that wants me for my money, but isn't good at math." Nah, it's not about that. My money's our money in a relationship. That's not even something to talk about. But the relationship that somebody has with money is important. Explain it. Yeah, for me, it's about being with somebody that, not that are we gonna go broke, but if we happen to, what would life be like? I know a couple dudes right now working jobs that they do not want to work because they know if they are not bringing in the money that they're bringing, that girl they got at home, out of there. And that's their fault. And trust me, I'd let them know that that's their fault. Right in the group chat almost every day. But it is what it is, right? Like, that's not a position you want to be in. I mean, yeah, that's messed up, Duff. I couldn't do it. That being said, not everybody has my family either. You know, when I said that I couldn't sort of be comfortable until my family was sort of straight and everybody was set up. The reason that was easy for me to do is because none of them expected it. None of them expected it. None of them demanded it. None of them felt like they were entitled to it. Yeah, I know people who have done really well and their family just assumes, but they didn't put in that, you know, be there raising me, taking care of me part of it that makes it easy to do. So like when I talk about it with them, they're like, well, you know, and so it's like I never want to make it seem like I feel like, oh well, I did it, everybody should do it. I did it because my family made it easy for me to do it. Had they been sitting there expecting it and talking shit in the family group chat, you know, Dbloc got all this and we over here struggling and da da da. There's a good chance they wouldn't have got shit because we all have the same 24 hours in a day. But yeah, me personally, how I was raised, because of the time and effort and shit that they put in, which I still screwed up, right? I still did stupid shit, but Yeah, they made it easier. And I think that's where a lot of my calm comes from. A lot of my anxiety went away once I got everybody set up. Yeah, I don't know how we got here, H. Bitcoin's going sideways. You know how that goes. Yep. Funny how that works, right? What's wrong with the candles? I'm not smoking cigarettes. I would never. It smells so good, though. Well, you know, the sun is coming up soon. I did not attend. No. I don't know what happened. I didn't get my VIP invite. I'll be honest with you, bro. 9 out of 10 of us don't even know if a game is going on in our city when it's going on in our city right now. Sort of the funniest thing to watch. That's gingivitis. Eight is starting to put 2 and 2 together. Go find her and take her out. Wait, is my mic on? I'll call off the vampire hit team. I was just kidding.
You mean you have like really long canines high def? I do. People get freaked out. I have natural canines and they're like kind of extra long, so it looks weird. I guess that's a new thing though. There's people that get implants, like permanent fang implants. It's pretty crazy. Dude, I love it because when you like yell at people with those things, like it freaks people out. They leave you alone. Two things: don't mess with somebody with large fangs, and then second rule: don't mess with anybody who's got cauliflower ear.
I think Carrie is listening to the stream, but from like 45 minutes ago.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I've done that before. For some reason, I don't know why, but not your stream, but live streams just get paused out of nowhere on YouTube, and I have to keep hitting the live button.
Oh, okay. Nah, you get what I mean, though, right? I thought you were listening to the old conversation. It's funny. Yeah, it'll happen, especially if you're watching a stream in 4K. For some reason, it will just slow down by like a minute every like 10 minutes. Just
Yep.
slowly start to crawl until you start to lose minutes off the live. Yeah.
And I think they do it to non premium members more.
It's possible. Also has to do with your connection too, right? Some people get a lot of loading and they have to move down to like an 80p or
Yeah, that you're
720.
right. That does happen to me sometimes, but to me that's a different problem when it's changing resolution. I'm just talking full blast, highest resolution. Probably doesn't help that I have three other freaking YouTube freaking things going on too.
Yeah.
Not cheating on you, Dbloc. I'm not like looking at other crypto channels, but I definitely got my news going and stuff.
All of you guys belong to the streets, man. I don't have any, I'm not under any aspersions.
Like, dude, I literally don't know any other crypto channel that allows their community to talk live on the crypto channel.
I don't think there is any.
I mean, I know that there's one that we spawned from, and I use we lightly because I was a little late to the game, but I don't really count that because that person is playing like video games now, streaming. He's not even doing crypto anymore. It doesn't look like it.
I think it's important for people to hear it. I mean, I've there's obviously a risk, right? But I don't know. I feel like people will live up. If you give people trust, that they tend most times to try to live up to it. And leaving the thing open where anybody could just come on and say anything while I'm asleep in the middle of the night, and there may not be any mods around is pretty.
I've been there. It's only like a lot of like I'll be up late my time, which is like 3 hours behind, 2 or 3 hours behind you. I can't freaking remember now. And yeah, that does happen sometimes, but
For the most part, I feel like everybody feels some ownership of the channel, and nobody wants to. At the very least, somebody else would say something if anybody came in
what
here.
is that phrase? Shit, you don't shit in your own bed or something? Like you just like there's will be no community if you ruin it. What you talking about the witch? Share it where?
Tell him H.
You want me to go stand in the middle of an intersection with a big sign?
One of those spinning arrows and shit.
I'll go put on
Oh
a
yeah.
chicken outfit. Dude, there's a vice president at my company that knows about your channel, so
Nice.
like I do what I can. And the only reason why he knows is because I went to share my screen one day and I shared the wrong monitor and your freaking chart was up there with every, you know, cryptic. I mean, if anybody who doesn't know charting looks at your freaking chart, their head's gonna explode.
Yeah.
And he messaged me afterwards. He's like, "What was that thing that you were sharing for about 5 seconds?" And I go, "Oh, it's a crypto channel community I watch and hang out with. I have had for a couple of years or whatever." And he goes, I recognize the logo. And he goes, and so he goes, "Can you remind me?" So I just gave a link to your YouTube channel. He's like, "Hey, I listened to that. I listened to that one night for a little bit." And I'm like, "Holy crap, I hope you didn't hear me on there talking shit about the company."
Right. Like, damn, now I gotta watch my mouth. Okay. Heard you. It's funny. Yeah, it's kind of, I think about it sometimes, like about the reach, like who could be listening. That's why I thought it was cool. Like when I started doing the merch, I'm like, one of these days we're gonna be outside. I'm gonna run into somebody in a crypto Cypher hoodie, and that's gonna be epic. Or like if you guys ever bump into somebody, be like the Spider-Man, like the Spider-Man meme, or pointing at each other.
It's gonna
Gang?
happen, dude, because every one of these crypto channels, like the ones that we talk crap about that really aren't doing what you're doing, but they had 2,000 subscribers, and then 3, and then 5, and then 8 at one point.
Yeah.
I just don't want it to turn into like banter. Like,
Nah,
dude,
I like the pace,
chat's
man.
going so damn fast, man. You can't even read it.
I like the pace. And all we'll do at that point, if that's the case, is that we'll move to like subscriber only sort of. There's always ways to slow it down, right? You can slow it down with price structure. You can slow it down with certain requirements. You can slow it down. There's always ways to slow it down, but you have to have, again, like we were talking about discernment, right? You got to be able to realize when you start getting diminished returns and then step in, you know. What most serious channels do, and there's not many of them, and more groups than channels, is the pay structure is up to a certain amount of members and then it goes up. And then that sort of acts as its own sort of deterrent, right? And then when people leave, the pay structure goes back down, and then, you know, so it like a self-regulating sort of thing where if you do get somebody in, it's somebody who's serious about being there. And it automatically filters out people who are just gonna, you know, chop it up and want to hear themselves talk on YouTube. They're in the bull market, man. We're getting really comfortable during the bear, but I don't want you guys to forget what it's like during the bull sometimes. There's going to be plenty of people who, well, it was worse before, right? Obviously, because it was just free to get in, right? All you had to do was ask for the invite to the Discord. So anybody that literally just wanted to hear themselves talk on YouTube, which is silly because anybody could start a YouTube channel and you can hear yourself talk on YouTube. Like, it's, you know, like you're on TV and shit. But yeah, it was worth it for people just to come on and hear themselves talk. And that's when I think things get noisy and things get sort of, you know.
I know I talk a lot of shit, but dude, when you're shutting the stream down and and then you're getting ready to start it back up, that is the time I feel the most comfortable. Like it's like, what is that, off air?
Yeah.
That dude, I love that. It only lasts
You're
for a
still
few seconds.
you guys are
but
still conscious that we're on YouTube when you're talking? Like that hasn't gone away yet?
I mean,
not in a bad way, but just like, you know,
no,
are
I
you
mean, like,
self-conscious?
I hold back, dude, because I'm a fucking.
Well, yeah, in
I'm
that
funny
way.
enough, and
Yeah. No, in that way I understand. But what I mean, like, because I know some people, I don't know, that's a good question. I wonder how many more people would talk if we weren't on YouTube. Because I mean, if that's the case, then you know we'll do Discord streams. But it's just just been doing it for so long that I honestly don't even. You guys are all mixed into like one bunch, so it's like.
I mean,
Yeah, I
YouTube's
would
like
H, and I don't. Look, I don't want to get like the reputation of somebody that hates on. I don't hate on any of these YouTube guys at all. Like whatever pet peeves I have, I'd have the same pet peeves if they were in the community and they were a trader. And it, you know, this is just TA stuff that guys go back and forth about. Some of them I think ain't shit, and those I probably never do a collab with. But yeah, I would do collabs with people that that I disagree with. Yeah, those would be the best collabs, right? That going back and forth would sort of be the best. I'm gonna go to that. I'm gonna go to that convention in November. Benjamin Cowan's convention. And yeah, I'm gonna get my networking on. There's a couple people going there that I respect. There's also a couple people going there that got some questions to answer before we can move on to the rest of our conversation. I can just get 5 minutes from Ben and figure out why the hell he keeps calling COVID a bear market. And if I can just get Lifer for 5 seconds and ask him why he keeps calling cup and handles at the bottom of moves, or if I could just talk to Crypto Face for a second and ask him how all of a sudden he doesn't believe in 4-year cycles. But after that, we'd be super chill. Like, there's just little curiosities and shit. If I could talk to Garth and show him a inverse head and shoulders. But again, each one of those people, I'm sure, could teach me something as well, and they'd probably have plenty to say about my strategy and how I trade. So
I mean, I mostly meant the ones that you haven't called them out, but we know who they are. The ones that are just flat out responsible.
yeah,
They don't
nah,
do
some
any
of those
TA.
people
They're just
I don't want my name associated with.
they say buy a coin, and then the next freaking video they're showing their Ferrari that they bought, and then they're
Hmm.
showing no way of how to get there, but just you know what I'm saying.
Look, anybody that does what I do and gets on every day in front of people, I don't care if it's 10 people or 10,000 people, and gives their opinion on what they think is going to happen and stands by it, that's my respect. Because it's not easy to do. And you're constantly putting yourself in a position to be spectacularly wrong in 4K in an industry that is unforgiving for being wrong ever. So the ones that are doing
Sometimes,
it right and stand by their shit, my hat's off, because that shit is not easy.
but I find those people when they do you finally do prove them wrong, they have some out always. They always have some out. So let's say some unknown person said we're going to 40K and we never go to 40K, and then they say, well, it was because of this, or it was because of this thing that's never happened in our entire adult lifetime happened.
Yeah,
How could anybody predict it? Like they always have an out, dude.
that's fine. Here's what it is. I think most people can see past that. At least most,
That's true, but newbies
thinking
don't.
people can see past it. Yeah, Kerry. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, if they're trying to sell you a course for $5,000, then they sort of need to prove to you. Yeah, the recorded stuff, and that stuff tends to disappear when things go the opposite direction too. I mean, it's not the smartest thing to do. Thing. Probably would be smarter if I grabbed every one of these, 1,800 12-hour live streams and chopped some stuff up and made it all clean and pretty and sound good. But it's all there, man. The good, the bad, and the ugly. That's probably one of the highest praises right there. Simple. You bought a monitor just for the channel. So you become part of somebody's setup.
Does it count if I sacrificed a monitor for the channel?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Nah, I do appreciate it though, I probably don't say it enough, but y'all could be anywhere watching anything right now. We'll see who the real MVPs are. Actually, this probably is on the age range for that. I was about to say, Kai's about to start Streamer University and all streams go dead. You know how crazy it is to have that type of impact? I was watching this kid when he was in his dusty ass Bronx apartment with rats. And now when he gets online, there's a noticeable drop across almost every streaming platform. Yeah, you're not allowed to go anywhere now, H. Get used to it. I thought you went to eat already. I need to go to sleep. Yeah, I need to go to sleep. Reset the stream in a minute. Well, all that excitement today, right? We started off with that whale dumping that bag and teaching everybody and himself a lesson about slippage. And then having it all eaten back up. Being held underneath that trap long. As soon as the psychological ranges came in, market maker made a beeline for Ghost of CME. Established the bottom of the range where we already were for the weekend trap. And then just literally, I mean, you can't make this shit up. Literally just came down and just heart monitored on Ghost of CME. Probably gonna continue. Anybody remember my squiggle from earlier? Green squiggle, if I remember correctly. Good night, H. Yeah, there is school tomorrow. Shit. You go to bed. Tomorrow I have to orange pill you guys. I'm gonna need my rest.
Dude, is the sun up yet?
I don't know if I look out of the window, I'll burst into flames.
Yeah, there you go. That's funny, dude.
I blame it on New York City and working third shift almost my entire life. That my circadian rhythm is all screwed up like this. Let's just say it's a good thing I figured it out because If I had to work a 9 to 5, this would not work. I would be a very unhappy individual. I would be like living counter to my natural sleep schedule. Yeah, Asian market and UK don't help when it comes to the staying up thing for sure. I mean, I could just solve it by like moving to wherever the hell in the world would give me an Asian market and a UK market at normal human hours. It's too far though. Australia? And the amount of shit that y'all have that can kill you is kind of OD.
It's relative though. They grow up learning all that stuff in elementary school. I have a robotics engineer friend who I work with in Australia, and I asked him that exact same question. I go, dude, how do you just like, don't you worry about like walking out the door and getting bit by some freaking poisonous spider or something? And he's like, he goes, you just learn, you grow up here and you just learn.
Yeah. Nice, you saved
Hey,
it? Yeah, they took it down again. I don't know what the hell's going on with that H. But I'm glad you saved it.
hey, Dbloc, are you paying attention to this story about Shihad drones in Cuba in reach of Florida?
Yep.
You just got to chalk it off to one of those things you can't control, so you just don't worry about it. But I was the first thing I
Nah, I
thought
just
of
think they're
was you
building
when I.
sentiment. I've been saying it for the longest. I said, what? It's almost exactly the same thing they tried to pull earlier on the West Coast. Listen, Iranian drones can reach the West Coast. Just building up sentiment, man. They're trying to get sentiment, stoke fear. Wait, what? They can reach us? Something's got to be done then. You should go in there, Cuba, and figure that out for us.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna imagine, like you just go into the grocery store real quick and you see this huge semi truck with crazy anti-aircraft, but drive by you and like they actually do set up anti-aircraft or anti-drone technology somewhere in Miami. That'd be wild, dude.
I'm well invested, man. I did that drone deep dive the other day.
I know, me too. I'm watching all of it.
And listen, bring it. We're going to need to protect
Yes.
against that. Somebody should do something. All right, let me reset the stream, guys. We're going to be right back. 1 minute. By the time you heat up your coffee, kick off your fuzzy slippers or whatever, I'll be back.